s'obre la pantalla. Sí? Et sembla començar? Bé, bona tarda a tothom. Benvinguts a l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans. Jo començaré a donar-vos la benvinguda molt breu en anglès. Passaré després al català per explicar-vos què és l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans i després continuarem en anglès sobre la qüestió de l'impacte. Dear authorities, researchers, members of the CERCA centers, colleagues, let me start as a president of Institute d'Estudis Catalans, Academy for Catalan Language, and Institute for Sciences and Humanities, welcoming all of you at our institution for this seminar about the culture of impact in research institutions and universities. L'Institut d'Estudis Catalans el definiríem com l'Acadèmia Nacional Catalana. L'Acadèmia Nacional Catalana, reconeguda pel Govern de Catalunya, pel Govern de les Illes Balears i com a autoritat també pel Govern valencià, tot i que compartint en el cas de la llengua rellevància sobre la llengua, autoritat sobre la llengua, perquè la varietat valenciana és concernida per un altre organisme, va ser creat a començaments del segle XX, el 1907, per Enric Prat de la Riba. És l'única acadèmia catalana que és de creació estrictament catalana i és una creació catalana política. Va ser creada precisament per donar vertebració, per vertebrar el que era en aquell moment el nou concepte de nació, de poble-nació, que sortia amb la Renaixença després de 2 segles d'obscurantisme a causa de la desaparició dels decrets que donaven autonomia a Catalunya. Des del primer moment se li van donar 3 mandats. El primer, la llengua, la fixació del model de llengua, del model de referència llengua. Primer a Catalunya i després, gràcies a la col·laboració de personatges com Sanchis Guarner a València i Francesc de Borja Moll a les Balears, també sobre les varietats d'aquests 2 territoris. El segon mandat fundacional de l'Institut és la recerca. Un concepte de recerca que en el primer moment era molt diferent. Era el moment de construir un país. I doncs la recerca se cenyia, s'orientava a la descripció del patrimoni. Descripció i catalogació del patrimoni. Aquest concepte avui el veiem molt canviat, perquè el context ha canviat moltíssim. I el tercer mandat fundacional de l'Institut és l'assessorament dels òrgans de govern, a través d'informes, a través de declaracions, etc. Des de començament del segle XX fins ara han passat molts i molts anys i s'han succeït molts i molts canvis. Què significa això? Que de la mateixa manera que fixar la llengua a començaments del segle XIX tenia una orientació determinada, es tractava de descastellanitzar en aquell moment la llengua que es parlava al carrer. En el segle XXI, ara, fixar el model de llengua vol dir recollir els usos, seleccionar aquells que són més compartits pels diferents dialectes i establir-los com a usos referencials. No hi ha una sola solució per cada fenomen, sinó diverses solucions per cada fenomen. Per tant, la variació dialectal, que és pròpia de les llengües naturals ben afermades i consolidades, ha entrat també en el model de referència del català. I en recerca, i aquí acabo el Parlament en català, en recerca, si bé a començaments del segle XX la recerca, com deia, se centrava en la recuperació del patrimoni, en aquest moment la recerca que es fa a l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans és una recerca que no competeix amb la recerca que es fa en els centres que busquen fonamentalment la internacionalització, com poden ser tots els vostres, sinó que això és una recerca que nosaltres en diem pròpia o justificada com a catalanística. Catalanística entesa en el sentit de coneixement i anàlisi de qualsevol objecte d'aquest territori, de tot el territori catalanoparlant, o bé que busca la millora directa, explícita d'aquest territori. Observem, doncs, que la meta, l'horitzó que es proposa a la recerca que es fa a l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans no és tant l'horitzó de la internacionalització com l'horitzó de la millora del benestar, de la millora del coneixement, dels objectes, dels comportaments i del futur d'aquest país. It is an honor for us to debate an important subject as impact in research at our institution and want to thank the organizers for their decision. It is evident that measures like the impact of the results in research are crucial and necessary for the selection of research quality. The degree of research impact is one of the most important criteria. This criterion allows us to know the extent of impact, a polysemic and polyedrical concept with different sense and different phases. Impact from a restrictive point of view, in general, does not represent the degree of effective relevance that a particular research has. I wonder if the impact, in general, should be supplemented with another concept more precise, the concept of oriented impact, is to say, the degree of impact in a relevant domain where the subject of research is directly applicable. In the cases of research about subjects directly concerned of local questions, that is evident. Questions like this I have just mentioned would allow us better nuance key concepts as impact in the domain of evaluation. I hope that in this session, most of the subject will be approached. And for finishing, let me wish you a very profitable meeting, a fruitful debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have Paula Adam from the Aquas. Please, Paula.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. Everyone, colleagues and friends from the research centers, universities, government and assessment agencies. It is a great honor for me to pronounce these opening remarks in this conference. As Luis said, my name is Paula Adam. I am Director of Research at the Agency for Health Quality and Assessment of Catalonia, which is an agency of the Department of Health of the Government of Catalonia. Among other things, Aquas runs the evaluation of the strategic plan of health research and innovation of the Department of Health. With this mandate, the highest priority of Aquas is to carry on exercises of rigorous and responsible assessment oriented to promote research that has an impact on health. As some of you know, I have been passionately reflecting over and above the concept of research impact for a long time at different levels, involving AQUAS in international and local discussions, expert groups, and consortia. I have been an advocate for impact-oriented scientific policies, especially in the area of health sciences, which is the field of AQUAS, where AQUAS operates. Over the last decades, AQUAS has advocated for the need for rigorous assessment of research impact in our country. It was with this spirit that AQUAS collaborated with the General Directorate of Research of the Catalan government back in 2018 for the celebration of the first RIACAT seminar under the leadership of Francesc Subirada. This was conceived as a one-week agenda of training and reflection around the concept of impact with all the research policymakers of the moment. This created a lively discussion and shared agreement that there was a room for collective learning and crucial need to be prepared for the future demands. I and the organization I represent embrace the definition of impact used in the Anglo-Saxon countries, the European Commission, and in important philanthropic funding agencies. As you will hear from our invited international speakers today, in the described context, impact is understood as an effect or benefit that new knowledge or the process of creating knowledge has into society, environment, or the culture and the planet. Through the program of this conference today, our international speakers will expand on the definitions of impact, and we will learn how impact is approached and assessed internationally. The starting premise of putting this definition in the core of the research policy is that research centers and universities need to respond to challenges and problems of society more rapidly and in some cases more effectively than ever before. As health policymakers, we need research to be a crucial part of the solution to the problems we face. And this takes us to the grand challenge, the challenge of holding research and impact as two concepts that go hand in hand together. As Department of Health Assessment Agency, the focus is to try to design and implement impact-oriented scientific policies. The vision is that we should not conceive one without another. We embrace the idea of science as a means to reach more and better health, knowing that this is a great challenge for all. There is room for learning for everyone, and we know that will not be a straightforward journey. To us, impact is transformation, transition, change, improvement, sustainability, SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Impact is a theory of change, is co-responsibility, is a stakeholder engagement, complexity, and open science. And we know none of these are simple, not one size fits all. With this introduction, you will surely understand why AQUAS is totally supportive of any initiative that takes takes our research stakeholders to promote a research impact agenda in Catalonia. The assessment exercise that CERCA started in 2019 and that is continuing in the current year is certainly a very important step forward that should be congratulated. This is why we are very honored to collaborate with CERCA institution in relation to impact assessment, and we will do our best to help and support the initiative. Thank you, Luis Rovira, for your vision and leadership. The CERCA impact assessment exercise is certainly a window of opportunity, not only for centers, its researchers and practitioners, but also for policymakers, universities, and the whole scientific community. The way it is being tailored with the support of the CERCA Research Advisory Board is from a mutual learning and empowering exercise, with a training course and the promotion of community of practices. You will hear more about it when the director of CERCA and the chairman of the CERCA Advisory Board will explain it. The initiative of CERCA could not come together in a better moment. Last fall, the Catalan Parliament passed the Science Law, which brings our scientific ecosystem a great context for implementing a systemic strategy for open science and an impact-related oriented scientific policy. In AQUAS, we learned that some of the ways to make real progress in research impact is through initiatives like the promotion of communities of practice, the creation of mutual learning opportunities, capacity building and training exercises for and with all the research stakeholders. This built up a culture of co-responsibility with the challenges that faces the problems that society and the planet face, both local and globally. This is how Aquas and the Department of Health foresees a collaboration with CERCA and the Department of Research and the universities. And with this, I would like to thank the audience for coming, and I'm just finishing welcoming you to this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have with us Josep Maria Vilalta. He's representing the public universities in Catalonia.
Moltes gràcies, Lluís. En tot cas, jo vinc en representació del rector de la Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, que és president de l'Associació Catalana d'Universitats Públiques, que havia de ser aquí avui i per una urgència d'última hora no ha pogut ser, i m'ha dit que intentarà venir més tard per ser amb tots vosaltres, perquè també té molt interès en aquesta temàtica. En tot cas, agrair en primer lloc tant a ICERCA com a Aquas com a l'IEC a organitzar aquesta jornada, on nosaltres ens hi hem pogut sumar i intentem col·laborar-hi. És un plaer tenir aquesta taula tan privilegiada i poder compartir aquests moments amb tres persones que admiro, amb el Lluís, amb la Teresa i amb la Paula, amb qui hem tingut algunes experiències junts. I en tot cas dir-vos simplement que des del món de la universitat, des de les universitats públiques, també estem treballant en aquesta línia de l'avaluació de la recerca, de l'impacte de la recerca a la societat. And I'll try to change to English. I'm just saying about the commitment of public universities in Catalonia with the culture of evaluation and the culture of research impact. We have a short experience on this because on the last more or less 10 years, we've been working on 3 different lines. All of them in the area of the culture of impact. The first one is about teaching and learning. So we are publishing more or less every 2 years a report on the main indicators on teaching and learning. This is one of our aspects. The second one, which is more related with today, is about on research and innovation. So we also publish more or less every 2 years a report on the main indicators of the system about the impact of research and innovation in our system. And the last one is on the impact, socioeconomic impact of the universities. So how universities impact with and produce outputs and outcomes on society, on the economy. And in this area, we also publish more or less every 2 years also a report on this. So all this information is open, of course, and if you have interest, you will find it in our website. So thanks a lot again to CERCA, to Aquas, to the IEC for inviting us to be here, and I hope this seminar will be fruitful and interesting for all of you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Authorities and friends, let me say it in that way. It's a big pleasure to be in this house, Institut d'Estudis Catalans. I always think when I'm here that the sailing, the walls speak themselves and they have opinion on the issues that are discussed here because of the history of this place, right? So it's always special to be here. Moltes gràcies. So today we have one event that at least we were expecting to be held here in Barcelona. It's about impact. As has been said, we had an initial event in 2018 talking and discussing about the governance of the impact system in Catalonia. And I think that's it made that we started working on that. And from that point on, we've been doing several things. We believe, the first thing is that we believe in, at least in CERCA, in the research institutes, that impact is not one more thing, is one crucial thing, right? And that's central for us, and that's why we are devoting so many efforts to that. So we believe it's important, right? Then what have we been doing in that time, since 2018, we made a pilot assessment in 2019 just to play a little bit with it. It was good. We learned a lot at that time. Then after that, we created an advisory board. Many of the members of our advisory board in Impact are here, so you'll have the chance to speak with them, and I think that's also very relevant and important. After that, we've been doing training for the research institutes about impact, because we need a culture change about the way of doing things, and that's not made from one day to the other. So we need training, initially for people of the administration, mainly of the research institutes. So that's being done at the moment till next spring. Well, next spring is just around the corner, but yeah. And what we are thinking as well is that at the beginning, maybe spring 2024, we'll have another assessment of case studies from CERCA institutes. That's another point in the track of impact for the research institutes. So we've been very active in these last times, and we still want to be more active on that, because we really believe that if we don't explain very much the achievements of the research that is undertaken in the research institutes in relation to the impact it is produced in society, environment, public policies, and so on, if we don't reach that point, we won't get increasing funding, we won't have the trust of the people, of the community. So we need that, right? That's very important for us. And also it is required, in addition to that, it is required by the European Commission, who is funding many of our projects. So we also need that, right? So that's why it's so crucial. In addition to that, I just finishing, we have a common points with the Institut d'Estudis Catalans. We are working on a glossary of terms about impact, and we've been speaking with the president of the institute to join efforts on this, and we will translate, well, not translate, but work in the English terms of impact, but also in the Catalan terms of impact. I think that's very important for the Catalan community of universities and research centers. That's one important thing. And the other remark I wanted to do is that today many of you are here, but we have some other friends which are connecting through internet to this event. We will have speakers from Norway and Sweden, but we also have friends from institutions in Finland who will be connecting today, this afternoon in this event. So welcome everybody, and for me it's a pleasure again to be here with you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, all of you. And we now go to the second part of the event. And let me introduce you the chairman of the advisory board of Impact in CERCA, who is David Phipps, who is here, and he will join us. David Phipps, he comes from the University of Toronto, of York in Toronto, if I say it properly, right? Thank you. He's a leader in that university for research programs and impact. So he has this profile in different things. He's a real, let me say that he's a real expert in impact. We are following the advice of the advisory board, and he's leading that board. And I have to admit that we are very happy to work with you, and it's our pleasure to do it like that. We have a lot of interaction. We've had several meetings. We have video conferences. We have emails. So we are, I want to believe that we are improving time after time because of the work of this advisory board. He's got high responsibilities in Canada about impact, but in other places in the world as well, in the United Kingdom as well. And that's it. I mean, maybe I'm sure I'm forgetting many things, but at least you have a taste of what he's doing and where he's orienting his efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you. I've got about, was supposed to have 30 minutes, but we were over a little bit. So I'm going to take a little bit of time first to say, you've heard about me, now how about you? Raise your hand if you think you are a researcher, whether in a Circa Institute or a university. Raise your hand. You're not sure? Keep it up. Okay, great. Lower your hand. Are you a student somewhere? No students. Do you support researchers? Like be a research administrator like I am? Oh, lots of hands are up in the air. Excellent. Policymakers? Ooh, a couple. Hi. Oh, one way at the back. Yes. Are you a community partner or an industry partner working with researchers? None of them are here yet. Okay, so a lot of research administrators, which are my peeps, so thank you very much for showing up. Raise your hand if impact is part of your job description. Okay, a few hands. Raise your hand if impact is your job description. Much fewer hands. Luis, we have our work to do. So I'm going to first talk about what impact is, and not so much about what it isn't. Thank you, Julie Bailey, who you'll be hearing from later. Julie Bailey made this slide that impact is the provable effects of research in the real world, the provable benefits. So there are negative, we can't deny that some impacts are negative, but we're also hoping that the impacts we create will be positive. Impact happens there, and research happens within the academy over there. Scholarship on citations and publications and the outputs of creative endeavors, very important, not what we're talking about. We're going to be talking about how impact can be felt in society, in the environment, on health, on culture, and the economy. That's what we want to have happen. It's that arrow that how we get there. So impact is what we want to have happen, and in Canada we use the words knowledge mobilization. That encompasses a lot of practices, are things that we do to try and enhance impact. And Julie in her training is giving lots of examples of how we might do knowledge mobilization to support research impact. But it's really important that we understand one thing is what we do, that's the arrow, and one thing is what happens, that's those are the people that are affected by the research. And impact is change, again, hopefully positive. Thank you again, Julie Bailey from the University of Lincoln. We either want to make things go up, we want to have more efficiency, we want to have more well-being, we want to have more profit in our companies, or we sometimes want to make things go down. So we want to have less mortality, less risk, less crime, and sometimes stopping or preventing something is also impact. So it's important when you're thinking about what impact is you understand the change that is happening. Is something getting more? Is something getting less? Or are you stopping something from happening? So again, it's not dissemination. It's not academic interest. And that's, as I said, that's important, but that's not what we're talking about today. So why do we do impact? First off, the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, Article 27, says that everyone has the right to freely participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. This is a human right. Did you know this? Luis, did you know this? You do now, all right? That what we do to share in scientific advancement and scientific writ large, including the social sciences, the human sciences, the creative arts, and to share in its benefits. This is in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And also, Paula talked a little bit about the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a framework that many academic institutions are using to describe their efforts towards impact. Certainly my university in Toronto does. The core of our university academic plan are the UN Sustainable Development Goals. You're never going to move the needle on these just by publishing your papers. Please publish your papers. We want you to do that. But we need to be able to work with organizations that can help our research make an impact on zero hunger or on sustainable cities or on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And again, that's the arrow. This is where we want the impacts to be felt. But the arrow is how we get there. The arrow is the people we work with and the people we disseminate to be able to help us work and have an effect on these sustainable development goals. And one of our speakers talked about how we engage the people affected with these sustainable development goals, how we engage them in our research, into listening to them, into disseminating disseminating to them or working with them, depending on the type of research that you're doing and what you want to get out of your research, which is impact. And I can tell you in Canada that most of our funding agencies now require some form of impact strategy when you write a grant application. And so, and I know this is true in many European features, and I know Stéphane de Jong will be talking about that. But we have to do this. We have to go up front right away and tell our funders what we want, especially large-scale programs such as the New Frontiers in Research Fund, which is $24 million plus indirect costs. And there's no separate section for impact that says, and now we'll do this. The impact has to be baked in, integrated into the research description. And so it's very important that we understand that research and impact go hand in hand. They're not two separate things. I cannot do your impact for you, but I can work with you as researchers to support how you might be able to integrate into your work. So it's true of our Social Sciences and Humanities Funder and our Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council. If we had more time, I'd get you to raise your hands and talk about the funders in Catalonia and the funders in Europe. But just think about that as you're thinking about either writing your own grant applications or supporting a researcher who is writing their applications. And these are the 6 A's for the purposes of impact assessment. We're still under the why right now. And this is work that was done by the RAND Corporation and released in 2019. There used to be 4 A's. They invented 2 additional A's. And so the first one, why are you doing this? For analysis. We want to understand, we want to analyze, we want to learn. People are taking pictures of slides, which is great, but Yolanda, I'm sure you can make these available to the room. She's now going to the back to make sure we can do that. Yeah. Advocacy. Do you want to advocate for more of something? Advocate for more money, advocate for more funding? Allocation. And this is particularly true with funders. They sometimes need to understand what impact has occurred so they can allocate funding over to this organization, to that organization, and that organization. Accountability. Most of us need to be held, we should feel we want to be held accountable to taxpayers for the funding. This is especially true if you're working with funding from health charities that are raising funds to be able to help move the needle on some of the on some of the conditions that they're raising funding for. Acclaim. We want to do this because we want to say how good we are, how good our institution is. We want to be able to have a claim for ourselves and our partners. And then finally, adaptation. This last one, how do we adapt to do it better? This one is tightly tied to the first one, analysis, because we first learn through analysis and then we apply that, we adapt on how we do to make it better. This is going to come back at the end because I'm going to get you to tell Luis here. Is the minister here? Not yet. Okay, well, if the minister shows up, you're going to tell him that what we should be doing in Catalonia. It's going to come back, though. So where does this happen? Around the world, there are lots of different systems of research impact and research impact assessment. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of the Research Excellence Framework in the UK. Yeah, and if your hand isn't up, that's okay. It is neither gold nor standard, but it is the one by which all other assessment systems are judged. And then the Netherlands has some, Hong Kong has the research assessment exercise, which pretty much mirrors the REF. And then the Australian government is reviewing their research excellence for Australia and their engagement and impact competition assessment. And in New Zealand, the Tertiary Education Commission does the Performance-Based Research Fund. All of these are driven by assessment. The government is wanting to know what impact has happened for a variety of reasons. And so universities and research institutes go, okay, we now have to do impact because someone tells us we must. On the left-hand side, we've got, like in my university, so in Canada, we have no impact assessment. We're not told we have to do impact, but nonetheless, we have Research Impact Canada, a network of 27 research performing organizations, 3 of them not in Canada, they're international. And we're working as a community of practice to build institutional capacity to do this work better. Not because some government tells us we have to, but because we want to, because it's right for us. And that's similar for ARIS, Advancing Research Impact in Society in the United States. Vincula is a new network of about a dozen universities in Chile who are working at the research to policy interface. And the Africa Research and Impact Network has only been around for, again, about 18 months and is looking, they're in many countries in Africa and are looking at the research to impact interface, not because we're told we have to do assessment, but it was done because I call it the mission driven. We're driven by the mission of the researcher. It's right for her, it's right for the institution, and it's right for the funder. So thinking of systems of impact, and I'll talk a little bit about what we've done with Circa. So thank you, Luis, for the invitation to chair the Research Impact Assessment Advisory Board. It's a pleasure. And Luis talked a lot about that, what has happened. But what's going to happen is Circa will develop an institutional impact strategy. And then we're going to create a community of practice with the Circa impact agents. Raise your hand if you think that's you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, with that little finger up. 8 out of 42 institutes? Yes, we'll get the rest. And then in 23, 24, we don't have dates yet. The Circa, the Research Impact Assessment exercise is going to happen. Luis, anything more to add to this timeline? Just okay, thank you. That's my time. Okay. So, remember mission-driven and assessment-driven. Just look at the groupings on the right where you see Australia, the UK, Hong Kong, very heavy under advocacy because they want to advocate for more funding for this, and also allocation to because they have funding to be driven. Now, also, all of these are relevant to everything, but some are then more relevant to others. For example, in Canada, the US, Africa, and Chile, we have analysis first, because we're not doing it for assessment, we're not allocating funding, but we do want to learn, so we do analysis, we want to learn how to do it, and then we adapt. We adapt to try and make us do better, and then everyone is under, that's the world, everyone in the world wants a claim. We all want to show that we're good at what we do. So my question, is it my question yet? Oh, and this is a quote from the RAND Corporation's publication. Given that the 6 A's are dynamic and interrelated elements for research assessment, they're likely to continue to evolve. The weight and importance of each A as a reason for assessment may continue to shift. That means they're all important, but some are more important today, and others might be more important tomorrow as your institution, as your university, as Catalonia evolves their understanding of these. Any questions? Because I'm not going to make you work. I want to make you work for 20 minutes, but we've only got 8 minutes left. So what I want you to do is, which would apply to Circa institutes or to Catalonia? Which of these 6 would be the most important? And I want to talk to you in little groups. I want you to talk in little groups for 5 minutes. And I want you first to decide, are you going to talk about Catalonia or Circa? And once you've decided that, which of these 6 is the most important and why? And then I'm going to try and take in 2 minutes a couple of people to volunteer, which means I'll go right up to you and ask. Oh, I'm not allowed to move. I'll point. Anyway, so what you're going to do is turn around and talk in little groups. You're going to decide 1, Catalonia or Circa. Once you've decided that, decide which of these 6. The minister is going to be here and you're going to say, you need to do this, why? Okay, so go, 5 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes left. Okay, start wrapping up. Wow, you're all really good. You know, there's research that actually shows that sound is better than me going, hey! Okay, so stand up if you're talking about Catalonia. Stand up. I need the difference in the room. No, I'm not asking you to talk at this point. If your group spoke about Catalonia, not Circa, stand up. No, because okay, can't you just raise it? Okay, we'll do it this way. Who said for Catalonia that analysis was most important? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Who said for Catalonia that advocacy was most important? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like 4.5. Like it's 4, 5. Who said for Catalonia that allocation was the most important? 1, 2, 3. Oh, your hand came down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Proudly held up there in the back. Good for you. Accountability. Catalonia, accountability. 1, 2, 2.5. That was almost, no? Okay, 2. Acclaim. Who wants to do it because we're awesome? 2 hands, 3 hands, okay. And for Catalonia, adaptation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought that was a hand, but it was a sneeze. Okay, for the Circa Institutes, who says analysis for Circa is the most important? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's like popcorn. It keeps coming up and going down. Advocacy for Circa. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We're doing well, Luis. This is like real-time stakeholder engagement. Okay. Circa for allocation. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was is that up or down? It's up. Okay, 5. Okay. Circa for accountability. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. And Circa for acclaim. 1, 2, 3.5. And finally, Circa for adaptation. Excellent. 5, 6, 7, 7. Excellent. Luis, we have data. So we're only got a few minutes left for questions before I turn it over to my colleague Jane. So any questions in the audience? Just raise your hand and shout out. And for the people online, I will feedback on the live mic. Yes. How long-term impact? Right. How should we assess it? So the question was what about the time frame for impact? Should we be assessing long-term? Impact happens over time. Absolutely correct. Depending on the type of supports you're providing, I do like to sit down with my researchers, and I have a big map of it's a conceptual model for impact, and we imagine where we want to be and when we want to get there, but we then back it up and recognize within the period of this 3 to 5 to 7 year grant application, where can we reasonably get to? So where the people that maybe we're not having ultimate impact on society, but within this, especially if you're in the basic sciences, a handoff from your science, your basic science to an engineer, and handoff from an engineer to a programmer, something like that. Imagining the steps, as Julie, my colleague says, to pass the baton to the next person. So we do want to imagine the long-term impact, but we also have to be realistic about what we can manageably do within the term that is in front of us. Yes.
What's my application
or prospectively?
Right, so the question is, when we're writing an impact case study, should you do it retrospectively or prospectively? The answer is yes. So what I advise is there's different, when you're planning your research and your impact, you should be planning from day one, and you should be talking to all the stakeholders you want to when you get down to the end. But you should not wait to the end then to do the assessment. You should be collecting the evidence of that activities and of the engagement and of the ultimate impact along the way. And then you can adjust your impact strategy as you go. So we don't just want to do it at the beginning and tell our funders that's what we want to do and then wait 5 years and gather the evidence. You want to be able to be gathering that evidence along the way. So it is long-term, yes, but it is today, yes, and it is as you go, yes. One more question. And then I'll invite Jane up. Question at the back.
Yes, please. In your opinion, do you think it's the best way to define the impact with internal resources or introduce external board, and which expertises to define the biggest impact in a research institution or in other entity?
Right, so you're asking, if I can get clarification, that what's the right types of expertise that we need, research expertise. So impact is felt beyond the academy, but it definitely starts or has its roots in research within the academy. So you're going to need research expertise, but recognize that you also need the expertise of policymakers or of industry or of community organizations, or the expertise of people with lived experience. And so one of the roles that I play at my university is we open our doors to organizations from industry, from government, from community, and they say, I'd like to talk to a researcher in this. And so we ask what this is, and we try and find it. And then we go to our researchers and we say, we've got this agency that we'd like to talk to you. If they're not willing to recognize that the expertise of lived experience or policy is as important as theirs, if they think they're the only expert in the room, then we won't put them up as a partner, right? Stay in your lab, stay in your studio, don't ever talk to the public, that's fine. But we were looking to reduce the risk to have a good exchange. So you need both academic expertise, but also the expertise of your receptor organizations, but then don't forget your own expertise. So as your research support personnel or your impact officers, don't forget that your role is very crucial to that whole process as well. And with that, I will thank you very much, and I will turn it over to Jane.
Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Emeritus Jane Miller. She's Professor Emeritus of Social Policy in the Institute for Policy Research at the University of Bath in the United Kingdom. She's been involved in design, implementation, and impact of social policy. She's Fellow of the British Academy. She's been Chair of the Social Sciences Main Panel C for REF, REF, the Research Excellence Framework in the United Kingdom. And in addition to that, she's a member of our advisory board in CERCA. And I have to say that she's been tremendous, generous working with us, because she started a few years ago in our first steps on impact, and she was teaching us, telling us how to start these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lewis, and thank you very much to CERCA for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to come and talk to you today. I'm going to talk to you about REF 2021. David described it as, I think, not the gold benchmark, but not the gold standard. And I saw a few hands go up when he asked if people had heard of REF 2021. You're probably going to learn more about it than you'll ever want to know. And you may go away thinking, thank goodness we're not doing that. So let's see. What I'm going to do is just Three things really, a bit of background so that you can understand how impact fits within this wider research excellence framework, because it's only one part of the assessment of research that we do in the UK. And then I'll talk about non-academic impact in the REF, how it's been defined and how it's been assessed. So how have we approached case studies and so on. And then some reflections, and they're personal reflections really, from my position. As Lewis said, I've chaired main panel C in the social sciences, but in previous REF exercises, I've been a member of subpanels, so I've been part of the groups assessing it. And actually, also my own research has been a case study that was submitted to the REF. So I've kind of seen it from all sides, as it were. And I was also Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research at my university, responsible for putting our REF submission together. So I've kind of looked at REF from up and down and side to side and so on. So personal reflections, not necessarily the view of UKRI, who fund the research. So reflections, my reflections will be on two things. One, on using case studies for the assessment, because that's the main way impact was assessed in the REF. And then a little bit on the issue of culture change, the adaptation that was the last of the 6 A's there. So what's happened in relation to culture change. So REF, research assessment's been running in the UK now for 30 odd years. It started way back in the 1980s. Every 6 or 7 years, REF 2021 covered the period since 2014, which was the last one. It's national, so it goes right across the UK. It covers all subjects, so it's all disciplines and all areas. Interesting looking at those A's and thinking about the purposes, the stated purposes for REF in the UK are accountability. So why should we carry on funding research when there's so many other things we should be doing? Prove your worth to the community, to the government, to society. So accountability, a big part of it. Reputation, benchmarking, so what we say about ourselves as researchers and our universities, and funding. So funding does follow from the REF. It's part of the funding formula for universities. REF has 3 elements. Outputs are the biggest thing. So these are the articles, the books, the publications, and so on. They account for 60% of the total. Impact case studies for 25%, and then the environment, the strategy for research environment, 15%. Importantly, it's assessed by 34 subpanels, which are academic. So it's academic members and users, so 900 academic members, 220 research users, so it's peer review. And those panels are involved in putting together the guidance. So the guidance is written by these panels within the parameters as set by UKRI, but the assessment is peer review. And I think that's quite important in terms of credibility, in terms of the community understanding that we're being assessed by ourselves, as it were, by each other in relation to that. There's tons of guidance, there's masses and masses of publications. So if you want to spend your time reading about REF, there's plenty out there, I can tell you. So non-academic impact, it was first included in 2014. So that was the first time that it was included in the REF. And then it was the weighting given to it was increased in 2021. So it went from 20% to 25%, I think. It's defined as an effect of change or benefit, economy, society, culture, public policy, services, healthy environment, quality of life, beyond academia. It is about change. So it is about, as a consequence of the research, something changed. So that's an important part of the definition, and across a broad range of areas, as you can see. It's assessed by case studies, and every submission that universities put in, so they put in submissions in their different discipline areas, they need 2 case studies and then 1 more for every 15 members of staff beyond that. So if you're a really big unit, you're going to need a lot of case studies. If you're a small unit, you're only going to need a couple. So it varies on the size. There's a narrative. In 2014, there was a special separate section where you wrote about your strategy for achieving impact. In 2021, that was just included in the environment statement, so it didn't make a separate section. Sorry, need a quick drink of water. Going there. So as I said, it's assessed by a case study, and there is a template for the case study. So everyone is fulfilling the same template. And as you can see here, it's quite it's quite well pinned down, if I can put it like that. So the number of words for each section is set out, what each section should cover is set out, and what you're asked to say is, what is the impact? What's the underpinning research? It's very important to show the connection between the research and the impact. So what is that underpinning research? What did it find? What was its contribution? Then references, you give some, publications and so on, and then details of the impact, and then the evidence, the sources that can corroborate that impact. So quite a stringent template, if you like, but I think quite helpful from that point of view, because everyone knows what they've got to fill. And the assessment, 2 criteria, reach and significance. So reach is about the extent and diversity of the beneficiaries of the impact. I won't read all that out, but the point is it's not a geographical definition. It's about, you might say my impact's really local, and this is the reach that I have, and that is perfectly acceptable. Or you could be saying my impact is, much larger than that, or my impact's on the economy or whatever. So it's not assessed, it's assessed in relation to whatever the impact is seeking to achieve. And significance is understood as the degree to which the impact something has changed. So what's the significance of the impact? How much has something changed? So reach and significance are 2 criteria on which each case study are assessed. I'll give you a moment to read that while I have a sip of water. Oh, and then it's graded on a profile. So the case studies are all graded on a profile, a starred profile. So a 4-star grade means substantial impact, a 3-star grade means very considerable, 2-star considerable, and so on. So, some reflections. The case study approach. I think the case study has been valuable in highlighting the links between the underpinning research and the impact. So it makes it very clear that you have to show that there is a connection between that underpinning research and the impact. So it makes it very clear in the narrative, and the best case studies that we looked at and assessed were very clear in showing that connection. It allowed for lots of different types of evidence. So the types of evidence that you would have would relate to the type of impact that you were claiming, as it were. So, for example, in the policy arena, you might have evidence in the form of testimonials from policymakers who used the research and said, this is how we used it to make a difference, and so on. If it's a business impact, you might have profits, job turnover, job creation, etc., etc. So the evidence relates to the type of impact that you're claiming. I think it also allowed for different routes to impact. So you could have built in impact from the beginning. David talked about the importance in some research, you build it in from the beginning, or it could be serendipity. Suddenly something came along and you were able to feed into it and make an impact that way. It could be quite linear, research, engagement, impact, or it could be very circular, going round and round, very iterative. So it was enabled to do that. And I think that's a quote from our report, main panel C, actually, where we said what we saw was a diversity of successful routes to significant impact. No one way. Important lesson, I think, no one way to achieve impact. And the other thing that we found was we had great engagement from the users. So everyone worked on their case studies with users to provide that testimony, to provide the data, to provide the information, and that was very important as well. However, there's always a downside. Some of the less good things in relation to the case study approach. Oh, it won't tell me the less good things. It was all good. There's a view, and some of the criticisms, that it's still too linear. That actually, when you look at that template, it sort of implies a model where you do the research, you engage, and you have the impact, and it's too linear a model, and it's not like that in the real world. It's much messier than that. So that concern about having too linear a model of impact. One of the challenges we all faced in putting our impact case studies together is getting the evidence. So collecting the evidence, what is evidence? How do we, how do we decide what's the right evidence, and how do we collect that evidence? I think there was some feeling in REF that the larger units could do better because they could select their case studies more easily. If you're a small unit and you've got to have 2, you're not going to have much choice, perhaps. So some, size advantages, disadvantages. Public engagement raised concerns. People are unsure still, I think. Is public engagement itself an impact, or is it just a route to impact? So how do we best deal with issues of public engagement? And the impact strategy was not so visible in the case studies this time, so it was harder to get an overall sense of the strategy for impact. Going on to the second area of reflection. Changes to culture and behaviour. I think, interestingly, this wasn't a stated aim of the REF, if you like, but it has been an important part of what is, actually an implicit aim, even if it wasn't stated. So it has made a difference, I think, to embedding non-academic impact into the research communities. So it's become much more thought about, planned for, worked at each stage of the research. So when they're thinking about the goals of the research, the relationships, the activities and so on. So across the UK now, I would say most researchers will be thinking about impact and thinking about how it fits into their own research agenda. So in terms of a culture change, I think it has been quite strong at embedding that change. It certainly made a difference to institutions. So our universities now have a lot of investment and training on impact. They run a lot of courses, they send people on courses, they invest in all sorts of support for training impact activities. So it's created a lot of investment and training. Including for early career researchers, we saw quite a lot in the submissions to REF 2021, accounts of how they were including early career researchers in this and how early career researchers could be part of it. And helped, I think, to create a greater commitment to developing those external partnerships. And in particular, in a way to co-production, to thinking about research as something that you put together with your potential research users right from the beginning, right from the design of the research. So I think in those terms, quite a significant change to the culture of research in UK universities. But again, not always so good. So culture change, I thought I could almost make the same slide saying the negatives and the positives, because they're like two sides of the coin in relation to changes in culture. So negative views. I mean, one of the most challenging, I suppose, is the idea that are we narrowing down our research horizons by thinking about impact so much all the time? Are we making our research questions rather more narrow, rather less blue skies, rather less fundamental, as it were? I think, in a way, it's slightly mitigated against because not everyone has to produce research with impact. So every discipline has to produce it, every research group has to produce it, but not every individual. So there is still, it doesn't, to my mind, rule out all that fundamental research, and certainly shouldn't, but there is a concern that maybe it narrows and reduces the space, if you like, for fundamental research. Secondly, there's a view that it's a bit individualized, that it's a little bit about one or two people and their case studies and what they do, and doesn't really encourage collaboration. So it doesn't really encourage people to work together in the ways that might, advance the research culture as well. So potentially too individualized. Equality and diversity issues, are we giving everyone the appropriate means to engage in research in the way that's appropriate for their career stage, for example? Is it possible to, are we treating everyone with a degree of inclusion that is appropriate for who they are and what they're doing? And finally, the administrative burden, which I think applies to the REF as a whole, not just the impact, but the whole feeling that we've created this huge monster of administrative burden for the universities and there's too much time spent on it, including a sort of rise of an impact bureaucracy, that there's a big bureaucracy around supporting impact and that isn't necessarily helpful to research. So some more critical views. But my last slide, I'm going to finish on a very positive note, you'll be glad to know. I think the accountability, I think one of the things REF has done is really help make the case for the value of research in society. I think it really has enabled us to talk about and provide examples of and point to and demonstrate that research is making a valuable contribution in so many ways. So there's a fantastic database of all the impact case studies, all published. You can search them. You can search them in different, institutions or different subjects or different types of impact. And there's one from 2014 as well. So we've got 13,000 case studies for people to look at. Almost half in REF 2021, 50% just about, were assessed as 4-star, as having very considerable, it's more outstanding impact, and another 37.5 very considerable. So really telling the story that this research is really good. This research impact is really, really strong. I think it's made a convincing case that research does have this important and lasting impact outside academia. And actually what it's also done is provide evidence for the strength and vigour in that across all the disciplines. So it isn't that some have shown themselves to be really good at impact and others not so much. Across all the areas, across all the science, across the arts, the social sciences, they've all been able to tell good stories about the sorts of impact that they have outside academia. And finally, we were doing the assessment during COVID lockdowns, so it was a terrible burden on getting the assessment done. As you can imagine, we had to suddenly switch to working online and change all sorts of things. But actually, what we were able to pick up was we were able to show the agility of the research response really to COVID-19 in the science area, in the social science area, across the board really. So it was a demonstration, a really quick and clear, if you like, demonstration of the value of research and the difference it can make to society as a whole. The last one's just to show you the size of it. It's massive. So, look at it, 157 universities and 76,000 staff, etc., etc. So REF is a huge thing in the UK. But as I say, I think the impact agenda has had many positive aspects in relation to thinking about that research culture and making the case for the value and importance of research. Stop there.
Okay, I don't know if is there any urgent question for Jane? Well, if not, now it's time for the coffee, es l'hora del café. And during the coffee, we can also speak with the different speakers and discuss a little bit in the corridor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bona tarda. Bona tarda. So, we go ahead with the sessions. Thank you very much for not being so late. It's always good to follow the initial program, more or less. Okay, we have now another speech, another presentation. We have with us now Stefan de Jong. Stefan, he's been also helping us in different steps of the training for research institutes, circle research institutes in impact. He is assistant professor of the Department of Public Administration and Sociology of the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. And at the same time, he is research fellow of the Research on Evaluation, Science and Technology of Stellenbosch University. He's founder of Engaging Scientists, and we are grateful with him because he is training us in how we should work with impact in European projects, which is a very crucial, very important part of the impact accounting to the European Commission. So that's another way of working with European projects that we need to go through. So please, Stefan, thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis, for this introduction, and thank you all for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be back in Spain. As some of you already know, I had the luxury of spending 3 months in Valencia with the CSIC Institute, Ingenio, as part of my Marie Curie project. But I will not be talking about that. I will not be talking about projects like Marie Curie or ERC grants. Today, I will be talking about collaborative grants in Horizon Europe. And my presentation is partly based on my research on societal impact, but also based on my experience both as a grant and impact advisor at Leiden University in the Netherlands and my personal experience in European funding context. There's the presentation. And I would like to start with the main message of my presentation. If you want to, you can forget everything else that I will be telling you. But this is my main point, and that is that the European Commission funds her own impact, not your research. I added an asterisk because, of course, this needs some clarification, some nuance, because the European Commission is funding research. But it's doing so because this research should underpin the impact that the European Commission wants to achieve. And I think this is a key difference in our thinking, because usually when we apply, for example, to national research funders, then it is about the research, and then they ask us, what impact are you going to achieve based on that research? Depending on the program, there might be differences, but at least in the Netherlands, where I'm from, this is most often the case. But in this case, it's about think about the impact first, and then design your research. So that's a difference. And also, the European Commission knows really well what kind of impact it is looking for. An anecdote from my colleague is that she was involved in a consortium. They read the call for applications. They read the impact that the European Commission was looking for, and she thought, but we are the experts. You are not looking for this impact. You are looking for something else, and we're going to tell you what you're looking for. European Commission didn't like it because they know what they're looking for. So that's the main message. Think about it, impact first, and then the research follows. So although this presentation is definitely not in all cases an endorsement of the European policy, what I would like to do is perhaps start a discussion for some who have not been involved in European funding that much, and maybe offer a refresher for others, because I believe I've just heard that Circa is extremely successful in not only applying, but also securing European funding. So I'm sure that there's lots of expertise in the room, so please step up if you feel that you want to add something. There should be plenty of room during the Q&A. But this is what I would like to talk about. How to find the right information, that's where it starts. If you don't have this fundament, how do you then understand what the impact the European Commission is looking for in general, but also in particular calls? We'll also talk about that. And then when you know what European Commission is looking for, And here I'm going to assume that you know how to design your impact plan. I know in some cases this is not the case, but Julie, as has been mentioned, is giving a brilliant course on that. But then I will also briefly talk about, okay, and then how to present your impact. So the first step in finding the right information is literally finding the information. And this can be overwhelming in itself. So this presentation is a resource. It will be shared. So I included the link to the Funding and Tenders Opportunities portal. This is where you find all the information that you need. Well, not everything. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. So this is what you will see. The first time I saw this, I really needed to, blink my eyes a few times because it's just so much. So some help. This is where you go to first when you look for the information on indeed how to participate. And my suggestion would be to look at the work program and the call documents and the templates and forms if you want to understand, on the one hand, what the European Commission is looking for in terms of impact, and if you want to understand how you should present your impact. Of course, I have all kinds of thoughts on whether this is right or not. We can talk about that during the break after. So this is what we will see then on how the European Commission defines impact. As a wider long-term effect, we recognize that from the REF definition, on society, including the environment, the economy and science, enabled by the outcomes of R&I, research and innovation investments, long-term. It refers to the specific contribution of the project to the work program, so that we have it. Expected impacts described in the destination. Impacts generally occur sometime after the end of the project. I highlighted some elements, for example, the wider long term, it takes some time, so there is no expectation that your project will have an impact right away, but you should be able to explain how your project contributes to those impacts that are mentioned in the call documents, and those impacts that are part of the wider ambitions of the Commission. And enabling, I think this is also an important word, because again, it shows that you are not within your project solely responsible for achieving the impact, but you should help others based on your results to achieve that impact. And you should be able to explain what your position is in that sort of chain of actions. So just for an example, what is then an impact according to the European Commission? Well, the deployment of the advanced forecasting system enables each airport to increase maximum passenger capacity by 15% and passenger average throughput by 10%, leading to a 28% reduction in infrastructure expansion costs. You see a lot of percentages. From my own experience, I found it very difficult. How am I going to put a number on these impacts? Luckily, the European Commission says only do it when it's meaningful. So you don't have to make things up. But if you can, of course, they love these kinds of numbers. There it is. If possible and meaningful, make it measurable. So then first look at those 4 general impact areas, those 4 big policy objectives of the European Commission, because it's key that in your proposal you can explain how on the long term you contribute to achieving these missions or these key strategic these key strategic orientations. One is about the digital transition, then one is about ecosystems, sustainability, natural resources. Then we have one about the green economy, another transition. Sometimes this is being called the twin transition. And then the next orientation is creating a more resilient, inclusive, and democratic European society. So if you cannot think of any link between your research and these strategic orientations, you're setting yourself up for a challenge. I think in many cases you can think about or you can come up with ways that you contribute to these orientations. But think about that. How can I contribute to the European Commission's realization of these ambitions? And then let's look at the underlying logic, because I mentioned, think about how you can contribute to realizing those ambitions. Well, the European Commission provides this document in which it explains how it goes from these policy priorities and these key strategic orientations to impact areas, and then further down to the expected impacts of your project the outcomes of your project and project results. And what it signals to me is they're looking for a theory of change. They're talking about how we go back from these very broad impacts to concrete results. And this helps me to understand this logic that the European Commission has, because implicitly they are looking for a theory of change. So if you want to know how to present your impact, I would look into theories of change and how to develop them and how to present them. But again, ultimately, you have to be able to explain how your research contributes to those policy areas that we just talked about and that you will also find in the work program. And in the, did I include it here? I think on the next slide. But in the work programs, there is also a heading destination, which within one type of call, within one program, it mentions the outcomes that are expected, not on the project level, but on the entire call level. That also helps to understand what you should aim for. Then let's look at evaluation, because I think that's another perspective to understand what the European Commission is looking for. So evaluators are being asked to look at the credibility of the pathways to achieve the expected outcomes and impacts. And they are also asked to look at the suitability and quality of the measures to maximize expected outcomes and impacts. So again, these pathways, this is again this terminology from theories of change. They're looking for a match with the expected impact. Feels like I'm a broken record, but I'm still going to repeat it again. Link to these impacts that the European Commission sets out in its documents. And they're looking for a fit between knowledge, audiences, and activities to kickstart the realization of the theory of change. So basically what it means is that your ways of communicating about your project, disseminating the results, should fit your audiences, because different audiences have different preferences for exchanging knowledge. For a company, this will be different than for a policymaker or for the general audience. So then let's look into a particular call. We go back to the funding portal, and then here on the left side, you have all these options. You can select different programs, different research areas, and then you end up with a list of calls, in this case, open calls that are open for applications. And let's look into regeneration of neighborhoods. And then we read the topic description. So the concrete call, we're not going to read it out loud, not everything at least, but the topic description. And you see a number of those expected outcomes and impacts. But I think what is more important is there are certain keywords, words that just pop out, because you feel like, hey, this is a term that the European Commission uses when talking about this topic. And this is a trick that I learned. So this is the destinations that I learned from a former colleague who was around already during the third framework program in the 80s, so a very long time ago. And she said, now you use these keywords and you go to your preferred search engine and you look for this keyword plus europa.eu. So you search for this keyword on the website of the European Commission. So if we use energy poverty, then, for example, we find out that there is an energy poverty advisory hub. We also find out that there was a briefing in European Parliament about energy poverty. And if you read those background documents, that's really going to help you to understand what is going on right now regarding this topic. Who are the actors that are involved? Who should I reach in the end? A lot of it is in the call topic, but not everything. So this can give you an advantage compared to others who don't know about this trick. I found it very useful to look for that background information. So again, if you understand it better, think about how can I contribute? Take a deep breath. How am I doing time-wise? That should be fine. I think this is, once you mastered the first part, this should follow more naturally, because this is about presenting then your impact. So we now understand in general what the European Commission is looking for. We have an idea of what they are looking for in this particular call, and now we can think about how to present it. And I just included this one as a resource, but it shows what the European Commission wants you to discuss in your proposal. You want to discuss, of course, the inputs, what you are doing, the activities between here, your results, what do you expect are the outcomes of the project, how are you going to communicate about those results, disseminate them, exploit them after the project. I have included a slide in the, I updated my presentation since Thursday. So in the presentation that I will share, you will also find a slide that explains the difference between communication, dissemination, and exploitation. Because this terminology also for me, it's like, okay, what are the differences? How does the European Commission understand this? So I included those. So you should talk about that. And then it's key to explain how this contributes to those effects that they are looking for, those impacts. Glossary. In the introduction panel, we heard about a glossary that is going to be developed within Catalonia. Maybe this is an inspiration, or at least an idea of how the European Commission defines these terms: impacts, outputs, results. Take a look at it, because in some cases you might think, well, I see this as a result, but the European Commission understands it as an outcome. I've been puzzling with this last week for a grant proposal, and it really, I don't know, you have to become familiar with someone else's terminology, and that takes some time. So then presenting it, we expect indeed this pathway in section 2.1. I will not all read it out loud. I think it's we can better use the time for Q&A, so maybe this is part of the resource. But what is important is that you clearly describe the relationship between results, outcomes, and impact. And this one might also be new for people, but again, if you understand that the European Commission is looking for a theory of change, then when they talk about requirements and barriers, then you understand, oh, they're talking about assumptions. What assumptions am I making here in this project for this impact to be realized? So, for example, you may assume that civil society is going to collaborate in your project, but they may not have sufficient resources to do so. So how are you going to convince them to stay on board with your project along its lifetime, and perhaps even after? Think about those requirements, solutions, or in theory of change terminology, assumptions. And then we also heard it in the ref, the European Commission is also interested in scale and significance. So instead of scope and significance, it's scale and significance. Again, who is benefiting? Where are they? In what ways are they benefiting? And then the significance, there the European Commission really likes these kinds of numbers. How many people benefit? Is there an increase in GDP? Is there an increase in quality adjusted life years? If you can add this, this will make your argument stronger, according to the European Commission. And then the last part is that you describe your activities and output, and that's, my presentation was updated. Thank you very much, Yolanda, I think. So you can use this slide to better understand what the difference is between communication, dissemination, exploitation. Won't go into it, but I think it's a useful resource. And the presentation, again, will be shared. And otherwise, with some Googling, you can also find this. So a little summary. The European Commission funds her own impact, not your research. But to get there, they will fund your research. But you have to think about, how do I connect to the impacts of the European Commission? Therefore, it's very important to carefully plan your impact by looking into these general documents from the European Commission about impact, to really get into their brain, what are they looking for, and into the specific call topics. And once you have designed your impact approach, I think it's also key to understand how the European Commission wants you to present this, because the reviewers will be looking at a certain structure. They expect certain things in certain sections. So make sure that you know what you should discuss where. So this was my key point. The European Commission funds her own impact, not your research. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if is there any specific question to Stefan? Well, if not, we go ahead. Now comes the difficult part. We have the speakers from Norway and Sweden. And please, the technical staff, okay, we have the presentation of John Holm. I'm going to introduce John Holm, expecting that after my introduction, he's here to speak, right? So, John Holm, he's responsible for the coordination of national research evaluations at the Research Council of Norway. He's PhD in literature with a long track in research management. And in addition to that, I have to say, here he is, I have to say that he was with us in 2018 in the first RIACAT meeting. So we are grateful with him. And we are now expecting to listen to you, John. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks.
Thank you, Luis. And I keep very good memory of the seminar in 2018, and I'm very happy to be with you again, even if I would have been even happier to be with you in beautiful Catalonia. But my presentation today, I think, ties up very well with the presentation of Stefan de Jong. So, hello, Stefan. Good to see you again. Because I'm going to start by saying a little bit about research policy. So here are my 4 points. So we will start with a little discussion of the goals of research policy, and then we will end on the impact of impact assessment in Norway. And on the way, I will tell you about some of our experiences from recent evaluations. So I think it's important when you are considering to do an evaluation of societal impact that we look at the motivation and we tie that to the motivation for public investment in research. Research policy is, like all policy, something that is in constant development. So if we go back to the Second World War, Vannevar Bush, in his famous report to the US president during World War II, Science, the Endless Frontier, argumented that scientific progress is necessary to a nation's health, security, and prosperity. The doctrine of the endless frontier was later criticized for presenting the relation between science and society as a linear and unidirectional relation, meaning that politicians could just put money into research and then economic and societal prosperity would follow. From this criticism, a more relational and systemic view of research policy gained ground in the 1980s. In the innovation systems model, the goal of research policy is to strengthen the links between the system of producers and users of research, where both sides contribute to economic and societal development. The role of the state in the innovation systems model is to develop a well-functioning market of supply and demand of research. After the change of the millennium, a new driver for investment in research has gradually entered the scene. For many of us, the 7th European Framework Programme was the first time we encountered a set of societal challenges as the motivation for public investments in research. After the end of this program in 2013, the ambitions for public funding of research has risen even higher through the establishment of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The Research Council of Norway is one of many councils that are now using the Sustainable Development Goals as an inspiration to think about how we can use public investments in research to stimulate the transition to a more sustainable society. So here we come into the third phase about research policy stimulating transformative change. So what does this mean for the evaluation of research going forward? It does not mean that all research needs to be oriented towards specified societal challenges. We all know that some of the most important inventions come from basic curiosity-driven research. A recent example is the research on mRNA that was so essential for the rapid development of COVID-19 vaccines. As far as I know, mRNA research was not on any policy agenda before COVID. So in practice, all three motivations for public investments in research are very much alive today. policymakers still believe that investments in basic curiosity-driven research is a good thing for society. At the same time, researchers and research institutions are increasingly being made accountable towards society for how money is being used and for being able to tell how their research matters for society. And this layering, this coexistence of the three types of research policy, we find them in many research programs, like the Horizon Europe, where you have excellent science. It's, you could say, an heritage from one of our Bush, and the idea that you can put money into research and something good will happen. We have a pillar on the global challenges that is partly motivated by this idea of developing an innovation system, but also more and more geared towards transitions, where the new mission thinking is coming in. And of course, the innovation pillar is also about the innovation system. In Norway, we have a long-term plan for research and higher education, where we will find the same three areas, you could say. Our three main goals are to enhance competitiveness and innovation capacity, tackling major societal challenges, and developing academic and research communities of outstanding quality. And today I will focus on how we then can evaluate the academic and research community. I will focus on this goal then in Norwegian research policy. So why do we finance world-leading research communities in Norway? It is because politicians, policymakers, actually believe that this research has impact. That through this research, the centers, the research centers and the research communities, they will do research and achieve research results that provide completely new insights, train candidates who are sought after worldwide, and create innovations that achieve a broad application. So the types of impacts that are expected is that research may convince politicians to organize economic communities in new ways. So research for policy, evidence-based policies. That research may change how we understand the world around us and our presence in it. So very clearly, humanities and social sciences is a part of this ambition. And then thirdly, to develop new technologies that change the lives of billions of people. And then we have to ask ourselves, with these claims and these expectations, what do we know about all this? So some years back, we actually did an exercise, an evaluation exercise of our Norwegian Centers of Excellence. We wanted to look not only at how they achieve their aim, which is stated here, to achieve ambitious scientific objectives through collaboration and with long-term basic funding, we also wanted to see how they had impacted society. But first, a few words about this scheme. I think it's clearly, from speaking to Paul Adam, much smaller than your research centers in Catalonia. We have a total investment now over the last 20 years of 490 million euros, so almost €500 million. The yearly income of the scheme is 35 million euros, and we have a call for proposals every 5 years for projects that go for 10 years, and they can have up to 15 million euros of income. So a lot of centers have been funded in several generations, and they were evaluated in 2020. And what was very nice for us to see is that the first thing that the committee highlighted in their preface was this, that groundbreaking research has a tremendous effect on society, both in Norway and the rest of the world. The Norwegian Centers of Excellence scheme has been an important contributor to such effects by providing consistent, significant, and long-term support of curiosity-driven research at the highest level, which has led to great achievements. So we could kind of say, that's fine, case closed. We have demonstrated what the policymakers then expected. But I will now tell you about the work that was behind this very nice conclusion from the committee. So how did we actually document the society? We adopted the impact definition of the UK Research Excellence Framework that you've heard about earlier today. So as you have heard in the REF, an impact is defined as an effect on, change, or benefit to the economy, society, culture, public policy, or services, health, the environment, or quality of life beyond academia. The advantage of this definition, as we see it, is that it is broad and open. It adapts quite well to all scientific fields, and there is no steering towards specific societal impacts implied. Through this method, we will receive all types of impacts that occur, even if they are not planned. So evidence is then produced by the research units themselves through filling out the impact case template that you have also seen earlier. An impact can be regional, national, and international. So of course, this means that there is work implied for the research units, because we do not know at the Research Council where to look for the impact. We cannot use the traditional methods like econometrics or surveys to users or other methods where we know where to look for data. So we have to ask actually the researchers to report this themselves. So this is one of the costs that the research communities have to carry. But on the other hand, this way of documenting impact leaves a lot of freedom to the research communities. One of the challenges for the research communities is that they have probably not filled out any impact case before. The impact case is a new academic genre. So a genre, what is that? It's a class of communicative events which share the same communicative purpose recognized by the expert members of a discourse community. And as you see here, that's a very important part of the definition of a genre, that you need to have a community that is using this genre. And this is now very much developed in the UK, but it wasn't that much developed in Norway before we started to use it. So we actually had to develop the understanding of the use of the impact case and the communicative purpose. And I think now through the earlier presentations today, you have a good understanding of what the communicative purpose is. It is actually to convince policymakers that the research has had an effect. And in this case, this communication goes through evaluations. Researchers are used to different genres, like the research abstract genre that you see here has been studied and presented a model for the research abstract. But many researchers, they are so used to writing research abstract that they don't think about the rules of a research abstract. So that's why I wanted to just give you a glimpse of what it could look, what a convincing impact case could look like. What are the ingredients of a convincing impact case? Researchers that have studied the British REF cases, they often encounter or register a narrative pattern of these cases that goes through a situation, a problem, a reaction, and then an evaluation. And here is an example. This is a real case from the REF 2014. So there is one research institution that has submitted this case about an endangered language that is spoken by approximately 800 indigenous people. So that is the situation. This language may die. And many Mosaten children only learn the majority language, Spanish. So that is the problem. What can be done? The research at the University of Bristol has resulted in the development of language materials for the Mosateens, bilingual educators, and other stakeholders. It has enabled bilingual education programs and inspired a new generation of Mosateen speakers. So that is the reaction. And in the end, it's very good if we can also have an evaluation. So state what is the new situation. It has therefore had a direct influence in avoiding linguistic and cultural loss, and has helped the Mosateens to preserve the intrinsic value of their language and culture, also raising the group's profile in Bolivia and beyond. So this is the actual change that is produced, or at least where the research has had a contribution. I will get back to some examples from our own evaluation, but first, a few reflections on the pros and cons of the impact case method. The impact case method is actually able to illustrate a great diversity of societal impact resulting from research. It may also provide insights into the pathways through which impacts occur. It may document the reach and significance of research activities for different users and sectors nationally and internationally. We have also been looking at that in Norway. We have analyzed a set of cases looking for which users and which sectors are affected by the case. And it has also been used in our advice to the ministries regarding the actual effects, the actual impacts of research. There are also some limitations of the impact case methods. Some of these have been discussed earlier today. So one might say that the case is outlined with the research first and then the impact coming afterwards. So it's a kind of this one of our Bush linear model understanding of societal impact. There is also the problem of attribution, because the way from research to society is of course very complex and depending on factors that are external to the research system. It depends on the users being interested in the knowledge. For instance, if some policy advice is not in line with current policies, then it will probably not be taken up. And of course, an impact case cannot reflect the full breadth of exchanges between academia and society. There is a lot of more going on that is not captured by the case. So some of the criticism of our use of impact cases in Norway has pointed to the exceptional character of impact case, and that we should look more at the normal day-to-day impact. And we do that also through other collections of data, but I will stick mostly to the impact cases today. So how do we assess societal impact? We have been doing this now for some years. We have used impact cases in an evaluation of research institutes that started in 2014. I think we introduced the cases there only near the end of it. And we also have the responsibility for national subject-specific evaluations in Norway. So that's our equivalent to the REF, where we go through every discipline every 10 years. And we have been using impact cases there for the humanities and for the social sciences. And right now we are doing natural sciences and life sciences, where we also collect impact cases. But for the rest of my presentation, I will now focus on this evaluation of the Centers of Excellence from 2020. And in this case, we used a cross-disciplinary committee to assess both the research quality and societal impact. But in some other cases, we have been using panels per discipline to assess the impacts. And we are not, until now, using people from societal sectors as assessors. I know they do that in Great Britain. They have users into the panels, but we are only having academic experts. So the evaluation of the Norwegian Centers of Excellence scheme showed these impacts: commercialization, patents, spin-offs, involvement in product development, new methods and services, translational research with improved clinical practice. Some centers also influence policy through consultancy and advisory work, also at an international top-level scale. And the centers have emphasized dissemination of research results to the general public and policymakers through teaching, museum exhibitions, popular science books, presentations, and interviews in mass media. So this last bit, disseminations, they do not qualify as impact, but they are, of course, important activities and shows the relations between research and society. And what is interesting is that these centers are not at all selected on the basis of their expectations for societal impact, but they still have societal impact, and that is what we are documenting here. So here are some examples. I will not read this list, but I will just refer to you what I call the Evaluations Committee's credo, and that is that the SFF, this Center of Excellence scheme, has consistently adhered to the principle of funding excellent, groundbreaking basic research. And this consistent adherence to this principle has produced real societal impact. So that's the kind of research policy claim that is in line with Vannevar Bush's doctrine of the endless frontier, that as long as you invest in groundbreaking research, you will have societal impact. So this is a kind of belief that is still discussed, but I think it's a good thing, at least, if we can try to find evidence to support that belief, if we believe it. So I will just show you, if I have a few more minutes. Okay, yep. Just a few of the examples from this evaluation of the Centers of Excellence. And here I will also show the narrative structure that we were talking about. So in this case on global policy on climate and conflict, the situation was that an increased conflict, instability, and state collapse are among the gravest foreseeable consequences of climate change. Unfortunately, the early policy debate on the topic suffered from speculative reasoning, selective referencing, and poor understanding of contemporary climate conflict connections. So that is the problem, that these effects of climate change are not considered. So what is the solution? Over the past decade, PRIO, which is the research institution, has become a global hub for rigorous empirical research on climate change and conflict. So more knowledge provides solution. And it has played an instrumental role in ensuring that human and national security has become an integral part of the mandate of the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So this knowledge has actually changed policy. So we see the narrative pattern: situation, problem, reaction, evaluation. Here is a more technical example from the Center for Autonomous Marine Operations and Systems. It's about unmanned aerial vehicles that have difficulties in operating in icing conditions that are typical for harsh climate regions throughout significant parts of the world. So that's the situation. Consequently, unmanned aerial vehicle operators must either accept the risk of loss of control due to the icing impact or to keep their UAVs on the ground. So there is a limitation for where you can use these unmanned vehicles. Motivated by the need for a solution, ALMOS researchers developed the technology needed to make an autonomous electrothermal control system that can prevent icing or remove ice in flight by automatically detecting icing and optimizing the operation of the system to minimize energy consumption. So that's their solution. And this has led to successful proofs of concept in icing wind tunnel experiments, the world's first flights of small UAVs with an icing prevention system, and establishing a spin-off company that is making the technology commercially available. One key impact is increased safety and all-weather capability of UAV operations. So one can discuss if the change has really occurred, but at least they have developed a product that will probably change the possibilities to use these unmanned vehicles in harsh climates. Okay, so I will try to sum up now with some of the challenges that we have faced when we ask researchers to document their impact. It is for many a great difficulty to go from dissemination to actual impact. Many researchers, they are used to telling about their dissemination, so they know where they have told about their research, but researchers and research institutions are not so good at following up on the actual uses of the research results. And I know also here in the UK, they have own departments in the universities actually follow up on the uses of their research and the users, but we have not come that far. So it is a challenge, at least if you ask for impact cases now, that the institutions, they didn't know that they had to collect this information about the users before before we asked them. And then it's also a challenge to be concrete. Who did what, when, and for whom? So that's one of the things that you would like to have in an impact case. You would like to have telephone numbers, so to speak, so that you know who could really confirm that a change has happened in society, that the research was useful. And then again, to look at yourself from the outside. It's always a challenge. But my advice would be, well, if you should write such a case, to start with the real world problem to be solved, as we have seen in these few examples. So this is my last slide. What has been the impact of us using the impact case assessment method in Norway? We are not redistributing funds, I must say that. So it is not that scareful or serious to not be able to document impact in Norway. But we have produced new knowledge, overview of research uptake by disciplines and societal sectors in many evaluations. Impact cases have informed government white paper on the humanities. I think for many researchers, it's good to see that we ask for something else than just research excellence, because many researchers divide their time between research, teaching, and dissemination, so that there is some documentation going on also for outreach and societal engagement. I think that's important for balancing, and that can be used for promoting other types of activities. Advocacy is very important, as I've been mentioning. So to motivate continued public support for basic research, I think we need to know more about how basic research is impacting society. All evaluations start reflections, and they start reflections when we start evaluation. So many things they start when the evaluation starts. So we can see that when we ask an institution to give an example of their impact, this starts a discussion on how the research institution can stimulate impact and what they actually know about their impact. But I think finally, I would also like to stress that this way of assessing impact that we call ex post, so after the fact, it does preserve a space for curiosity-driven research and for the unpredictability of scientific discovery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question for John? I have one. My question is, as far as I understood, you are assessing the impact case study of individual institutes, individual centers of excellence, but is there, at the end of the exercise, is there any competition for the prestige of the centers of excellence between the different centers, or is there any collaborative dynamics between the different centers?
Yes, we are collecting impact cases from each center. So this means that these impact cases will go into the evaluation of each center normally. But in this evaluation, it was actually an evaluation of the Center of Excellence scheme. So it was lifted one level up. But I could, if you asked me about how we use impact cases when we assess Norwegian research, like in these subject-specific evaluations, we use the impact cases as one of the data sources to assess the societal relevance of the research going on. So there they will have a feedback, and they can use that in how they position themselves in the research system. But it's not used for any redistribution of money, or and we are not even making we are not grading them either, because we think it's too early for us. We are not advanced enough in how to use this genre that we can really know that we get the right information. But I think one of the most important effects is that it actually stimulates discussion when we ask.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we go right now with another speaker, Gustav Hansson. Gustav Hansson is a senior analyst. He's PhD in economics. He has a working track and background in analysis and evaluation. He has been working in research policy, innovation policy, enterprise policy, regional growth policy. I think we've never met before, but so we are very curious about what you can tell us about the Swedish scenario, the Swedish environment. So please, Gustav, thank you very much for being here.
Yes, thank you for being invited. I hope you can hear me. So my name is Gustav Hansson, and I'm from the Swedish Research Council, and we are an organization that fund research and research infrastructure. That is perhaps what we are most known to do, our main business, so to speak. We also do a lot of science communication, coordinate communication about research and results, and also work with analysis and evaluation, evaluate the R&D system and give advice on research policy. And that's what I'm working with and we'll talk about today. So today I will talk about why evaluate societal impact. Some of you have already been talking about this. I will talk about how we evaluate societal impact at the Swedish Research Council, and I will have an example of evaluation of clinical and societal impact, the ALF evaluation, or the ALF evaluation. And then I will also talk about what are some of the challenges in evaluating societal impact. So if we start by talking about why evaluate societal impact and talk about what is the rationale behind state intervention and government-funded R&D. So the rationale behind government funding is because R&D would not be produced in certain areas or in enough quantities without government funding, and that would be a loss to society. And this is usually talked about in terms of market failures. So when the market does not fund research in enough quantities, and it does that when the private benefits for them are lower than the societal benefits. For instance, if you have spillover effects, you have an effect for only one firm, but you have spillover effects which the firm does not take into account. Another way to look at this is the third payer problem, which says that the government, the funder, funds researchers for research, and then the research is then provided to the users, who can be researchers or other organizations. So the government in this case they're not the direct users of the research. And therefore it can be really hard for them to know the value of the research or the usability or the benefits of the research. And this points to the importance of doing evaluation and doing evaluation of government-funded research. And it also points to the importance of evaluating societal impact, because societal impact is at the core of why the government fund research. Here you can also make a comment about basic research and applied research. And they are also very clear examples of why the government should fund research. So research is by definition additive. The research builds on research, and there's a clear rationale for the government funding both basic research and also applied research. So evaluation of societal impact at the Swedish Research Council. We have evaluated it in clinical research, and we did one evaluation of that in 2017, and we now have an ongoing evaluation of that, and that will be published in the end of March. We also have done an evaluation in political science and one in physics, which is also ongoing, and these three evaluations are all available or will be available in English. We also work on how to evaluate societal impact, that is how to progress on evaluation design. And we did a lot of work in this ALF, the ALF evaluation, how to evaluate that. And we also worked on how to evaluate societal impact. And we also have an ongoing project on impact case studies. And this project is really to draw experience from our previous evaluations on how do we improve on impact case studies, and what's really the details, how can we improve our questionnaires, but also the bigger questions of what do we get out of it? How do we improve on impact case studies? So the ALF evaluation, the ALF evaluation. The Swedish government has an agreement with the ALF regions about clinical research and education. And an ALF region is the joint collaboration between the region, which is a local government, and a university within that region. And you can see the different ALF regions in the map. And the ALF evaluation is an evaluation of the quality of the clinical research conducted in the ALF regions, and according to this agreement with the government, of course. And the objectives of the evaluation is the following: to make an overall assessment and identify the high-performing ALF regions in relation to ALF funding. And possibly, because of this identification, reallocate ALF funding. And a third objective is to identify good examples and provide incentives for learning between the ALF regions. And when doing an evaluation, you can also talk about a bonus effect. And that's the effect of being evaluating, having to describe and identify key processes. So when you are evaluated, you start to reflect on your own organization, on what you are doing, and that starts to things start to happen, and you start to that also has an effect. And we can see in this ALF evaluation that in some places they really spread out, and they ask the whole organization to gather impact case studies and talk about impact case studies. What are the best impact case studies and so forth. And that is what I would call a bonus effect. But you also have to remember here to have an important balance. It's also important to reduce user involvement. So one of the previous speakers talked about this administrative burden of doing an evaluation. So you have to have a real balance between user involvement and how you also structure the evaluation. The ALF evaluation consists of 3 parts. It's the quality of scientific output, the clinical significance and societal impact of clinical research, and the prerequisites for clinical research. And as you can see, this builds on the REF structure. It's really inspired from the REF structure. And similar to the REF, these 3 parts also have different weights in how the redistribution of money is redistributed. So taking a step back and reflecting on what we're doing in this evaluation, we can look at this picture. So here we have impact, and usually it's really hard to measure impact and to know the extent of the impact. So instead you look at the foundations for impact. You have your A, B, and C. So B builds on A and C builds on B and so forth. So this is the path to impact, and this program theory and logic link that some of the other speakers also talked about today. In a similar way, you can look at the ALF evaluation. So you have the different parts of the ALF evaluation, the prerequisites for research, strategies for research, research quality, the research itself, the implementation of research in clinical practice, and then you have the impact. And in the evaluation, we look at these parts: foundations for clinical and societal impact. And we also look at examples of clinical and societal impact. So from this picture, it's really clear that we really want to measure the blue box here, the impact part. but instead we have only measured a small part of it, examples of clinical societal impact. Instead, we're focusing on the foundations for clinical and societal impact. And it can be interesting to take a step back and reflect on this. So this is one of the first challenges in doing evaluation. So how to evaluate impact. So what do we know about overall impact? And what do we know about if the funding has been successful and if we got value for money? So in case A, this is the case in the ALF evaluation. So you have, in this picture, have 5 projects. You put money into this, you fund research in these projects, but you only look at the benefits of one or a few of these projects. The rest of the projects, you don't know the societal benefit of it. Another case, if you have, similarly, you have 5 cases, you have put money into all of these cases, and you only evaluate a few of these cases, and the rest of the cases you don't really know anything about. But in this setting, you are searching for cases with a very high impact. And if you have a really high impact, you can make the argument that these few projects with a high impact, they pay for all. So even though you don't know anything about the overall impact of the projects, you can say that, well, we got value for money. We got a cost-benefit scheme, so to speak. And this type of evaluation is common for innovation policy. Here you, at least in Sweden, you try to find these really high impact case studies where innovation has a high impact, and that is like a pay-for-all argument. Another case is if you evaluate all cases. So you put the money into projects and then you evaluate all cases. And this is common in enterprise policy. If you, for instance, have firm subsidies and so forth. And this is that you can show if government intervention has been successful overall. And in enterprise policy, you would argue that this is the only way to evaluate if the policy scheme has been successful or not. If you only evaluate 1 or 2 examples, they could be due to pure luck. So I think it's really interesting to take a step back and see the differences here. So the A example here is a description of how we evaluate impact in research. B is an example of how you evaluate impact in innovation policy, and C is an example of how we evaluate impact in enterprise policy. And in this picture, I put dollar marks. And of course, dollar marks, you can measure that in enterprise policy, but in innovation policy and research policy, you have much more heterogeneous output and benefits. So you can't really measure it in dollar signs, so to speak. So a challenge here is it can be hard to evaluate societal impact when you evaluate research. And it can be a great deal of heterogeneity. You can have a lot of different types of impact. So still the way forward, our way forward is to evaluate, can they provide examples of societal impact? And also to evaluate the foundations for impact. So moving on with the ALF evaluation, this is evaluated by an expert panel, a peer review, and it consists of researchers and also non-researchers, which are experts on societal impact. They got a lot of background information to look at the contextual information and so forth. And they also got the documents to assess the self-evaluation and also impact case studies. And we also had hearings to Q&A sessions, really, to clarify the contents of the self-evaluation. And the ALF evaluation itself consisted of 2 parts. Part A was the strategies and processes. Do the ALF region have suitable foundations for clinical significant societal impact? And also the part B with the impact cases. Can the ALF regions provide examples of clinical significant societal impact? So then is the question, what is impact? And it's really important to define impact, and we've seen some examples here today of different yet similar definitions of impact. And in the ALF evaluation, the ALF evaluation, we define it as that the impact cases should have a significant impact with regard to clinical impact or societal impact. I mean, clinical impact refers to impact on healthcare, and it can be in prevention, diagnosis, or treatment of a particular disease. Societal impact can be much broader. It can be, for instance, with regard to public health, quality of life, public policy, or to the reduction in public health costs. We also go on to talk about that the impact case is to be able to demonstrate the following. Who has benefited from the results of the research, patients group, end users, government, or wider public. They should specify the type of impact, if it's improvements in health, quality of life, or reduction in costs, for instance, and also the extent of the impact. And this is, of course, a variant of reach and significance. But we also say this type of impact. And to highlight the type of impact here is also to show about the heterogeneity between impact case studies. That can be a lot of variation in the type of impact. And because you have a lot of differences in the type of impact, it is also really hard to actually value the reach and significance. So you can't really put it into an Excel spreadsheet and value, calculate and get a number of what's the average reach and significance for this, because you have different types of impact, and you have to make a more qualitative assessment, so to speak. Moving on what is impact, we ask in our ALF evaluation to make a clear distinction between output, outcome, and impact. An outcome with our vocabulary is a research publication. Outcome is could be clinical guidelines, and impact can then be demonstrated effects on health. And when you talk about impact beyond academia, you can look at it as impact beyond academia occurs just as you leave the gates from the university. Then you have impact beyond academia. You have left academia, and then you have impact beyond academia. So some days here, you got impact beyond academia. But then you still have differences between what is outcome and what is impact with this vocabulary. And one way to talk about this, that the outcome is more like impact on paper. So you have a clinical guideline of how to do a new procedure or something, but you don't really have an impact on the real world yet. You don't have a demonstrated effect that this clinical guideline has actually saved lives or reduced costs or something like that. And in the ALF evaluation, we put a really high demand that we want impact. We want them to demonstrate impact on the real world, this setting. So a second challenge in doing evaluation of societal impact is this: what is impact? Be really clear about what do you mean by impact, and it's really important to define impact. And it can be useful to distinguish between output, outcome, and impact to really describe what you're searching for. But then it's also really hard to think about what is a good impact case in different scientific fields. What is a good impact case in political science, physics, and clinical research? And can you demand impact as impact in our vocabulary, or is a good impact, is it enough to just show outcome? So this is similar to, I think, was it Jane Miller who said public engagement. So in this setting, public engagement should probably be in the outcome box. And is that enough? Perhaps in some scientific fields it is, but it's a tricky question. If you put this high demand that impact refers to impacts on the real world, it can take time to have measurable effects. Because first you have to have the outcome, you have the impact on paper, then you have this impact has to have some impact on the real world, and then you have to be able to measure the impact on the real world. So it can take time to measure, and you're probably looking backwards. You become some kind of a time traveler, and the research was probably conducted some time ago, and you risk not evaluating the process in places right now. A third challenge is that how do we learn to create impact? So a question in our ALF evaluation is, what are the key processes and factors that you consider contribute to the impact? And here we get a lot of examples. These are examples not just from the ALF evaluation, but also evaluation from physics and public science. So some of the examples are that, we got really good research funding for this. Research infrastructure was really crucial, or we worked multidisciplinary or international networks. In clinical research, some talk about the patient involvement was important, and in physics, some talk about the collaboration with industry was really important. And this really can't be assessed because all these answers are correct answers. Like these are the descriptions that these are the key processes for these specific cases. These are the correct descriptions. So they can't really be assessed, but they still provide important information and learning of how impact is created. So description of key factors can be important information of how impact is created. And they're all correct descriptions. But still you can ask yourself, are the key factors case specific or generic? So are they specific to just that case, or can they be transformed or implemented by other fields? Or are they also key specific to certain research fields? Or can we actually learn from different disciplines of they have a good tradition in, for instance, collaboration with industry, and is that something that other fields can learn and so forth? So the third challenge is really how can we learn to create societal impact, and how do we make the most out of the descriptions in key processes and factors? How do we make the most of the evaluations that we are doing about impact, and how can we actually build on these to take a step forward and create societal impact? So in summary, I've talked about three challenges. Challenge one is how to evaluate impact, and the question is really, can we evaluate impact, societal impact in this setting? What are we doing? Can we show overall impact? Can we show examples of impact and the foundations for impact? The challenge number two is, how do we define impact? What do we mean by impact beyond academia? It can be really important to think about. And what is a good impact case? And what is a good impact case in certain scientific fields? And the third challenge is then, how do we learn how to create impact? And how can we use the evaluations and the information provided in them to learn how to create impact? How can we really scale up and sum up the information provided in the key factors and learn from that? So with that, I would like to thank you for listening. And this is a picture from how the weather is now in Sweden.
Okay, thank you very much. I wonder whether there is any question for Gustav. Anything? I have one. I was listening to you when you were focusing on the difficulty of measuring or assessing impact, especially when impact takes a long time, right? So how do you manage with some fundamental research, for instance, in physics or sometimes mathematics or some other disciplines? Because then the effects, the impact can take very long time. So what do you do in such a situation?
Yes, it's a good question. I think it's important to have in the evaluation some kind of time span of when is the research supposed to be done, and when do you want the impact to occur. So that is kind of limiting factors. I don't think that we have any good, that I've read any good examples of just basic research and how it transforms into societal impact. Of course, it can take time. But I'm convinced that you could make a convincing story about this. Research is additive, and I would be really interested if someone has have a good example of how that is described, because that is also a important part of learning, really, how to write impact case studies, and also to
Okay, thank you. So the challenge is a bit open at the moment. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, so we reached a point that we have organized a roundtable. So please, I'm going to call the members of the roundtable to come up to the table. So we have Julie Bailey, Anabel Sánchez, Rosina Malagrida, Xavier Ariño, and Jordi Bosch. So please. Yes.
Falta la Julie, ¿no?
Vale. She will take the first flight. Bueno, se li ha de canviar, ajudar-la amb el que sigui. Si podem. Okay, I'd say that. Okay. We have a small change in the planning that we had. So David Phipps will substitute Julie Bailey for she had to go for a personal issue, but anyway, I think David will be a great moderator for the round table. I'm not going to introduce again David. you know him, and I think he can ask the members of the round table to introduce themselves. Thank you very much.
very much. Are we on? Yes. So it's my pleasure to improvise this event because I actually have no idea what we're going to do. Did Julie have slides? Please say no. Even if Julie had slides, we're not presenting them. It's my pleasure to invite Annabelle, Rosina, Xavier, and Jordi to introduce themselves, and I know they each have some remarks to get us going, and then we'll have some questions from the audience in a conversation.
We did have some.
You had some slides?
Ourselves.
You have slides yourselves?
All of us.
Okay.
There was a
Excellent.
presentation that was put together, so.
Okay, thank you. So then Annabelle?
Okay.
You're not Annabelle. No. Annabelle, please introduce yourself and present your slides, please.
Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you for this invitation to take part on the roundtable and have the opportunity to put on the table a few ideas on our experience incorporating impact at CREAF. I'm Anabel Sanchez. I've been working at CREAF, which is a public research center dedicated to ecology, territorial analysis, and global change for 25 years now. But from the last 2 years, I've had this new position as Impact Officer of CREAF. So CREAF had the opportunity to hire an impact officer linked to the accreditation of Severo Ochoa that we got awarded with. And that's why I got these, let's say, new responsibilities within CREAF. So maybe we can have the slides on. Oh, maybe I can. Is Alberto? Right. So the roundtable was meant to have these different parts. So the idea was to share good practices and lessons learned and wider reflections from the 4 institutions we're representing here. Okay. So these are. Okay. See. Okay. On ambiguous. Vale. Okay, so I've already presented myself. And this was the idea, to share our experiences in these 4 institutions on working with external stakeholders, building an internal impact culture, and impact assessment. Okay, so these are the 3 areas of our sharing experiences on the discussions we would like to have today with you. This is me already told you about me. And now I'm going to tell you what we have been doing for these last 2 years within CREAF. So the first thing we did when I started as an impact officer was to develop an impact strategy. This impact strategy have all these 5 areas you can see here. So we have an area of objectives that are linked to working on how to incorporate impact within the institution itself, so within the mission and the vision of the center. Then we have another area of working on impact that is linked to the capacity building of the staff, and another one on how we incorporate research, so impact within research from the inception of research itself, but also how we manage to show what is the impact that our research already performed has had on society. Then we have these other 2 areas, one on the stakeholders and society, so how we engage, how we manage to mobilize our knowledge into these non-academic actors, let's say. And the last one on how we structure an assessment scheme to really evidence and show what is this research impact that we are generating, and including how we make it visible as an institution. So these 5 are the areas in which we are working. And really, they fitted very well into what I would like to go next, because we're asked to reflect on these lessons that we have learned in incorporating impact in our institutions. And of course, I'm not going to really explain any wow effects, because many of the things that I'm going to say have already been shared today. We are not inventing the wheel here. So, but just maybe we can land it to a specific institution, okay? So the first thing about how we build the internal impact culture. So to us, this has to do with all these 3 research, so these 3 areas of impact generation within our strategy. And the first thing I will share is that we really need to go real, as we say. So it has to be grounded on honesty and transparency. So this is not about ticking another box. It is not about sending an impact narrative, sorry, Luis, to the 1 or 2 years, every 1 or 2 years. It's about, if we want to talk about impact culture and transformation, it has to be much more than that. Okay, so that's why I call it go real for it. It has to be really incorporated in the goals and strategy of our institutions. And for example, do we have impact, non-academic impact, valued and incorporated in the promotion and evaluation of our researchers? Well, this is something maybe we have to reflect on. Otherwise, we won't go real. Okay? So the other idea I wanted to share is about people like me. So, and as many others on the room, we are these impact agents in our institution. I have really the privilege to be dedicated only to impact generation, which is not the case for many of you. But it's not a one-person effort. So this is really clear. It's about the institution itself. It's about the change we really managed to incorporate, and different vision, different way of working. So it's not only about me or you or the other, it's about all of us. This is very much linked to our job descriptions. I know it's something very practical, but it's something maybe we should reflect on. So what am I supposed to do as an impact officer is something we really need to reflect on, because we are like an endpoint for 100,000 million things. And maybe this is not the best way to proceed. So just leave it for food for thought. Another very important thing for me, for us, is to really reflect or try to understand what are the hopes, fears, and preconceptions of the people we are engaging with, or our researchers in our institutions, our directors, everybody, because impact is a word that is used for many things. So when you talk about impact, it really goes for everybody in their little box, and it doesn't always really brings what is needed. So let's proceed. When we talk about the external stakeholders, something we really like to try to promote is this idea of the enabling processes. So I think researchers many times think that they have their outcomes of research, then some magic happens and that generates an impact. And this is not the way it works. So we really have to work on these enabling processes that are the ones that links research to stakeholders. We're very used to talking about research networks and collaboration, but maybe we also have to talk about stakeholder networks and research stakeholder networks and how we engage on that. And for that to happen, time, space, and specific work and dedication is needed. So this is something really key also to consider. And my last slide is on the assessment. Here is really just some reflections, because we are just starting to work on this part as within CREAF. But I think there's something that we really, we already reflecting on. So one is what's the shape of our impact? So what kind of model framework really can show the potentiality of generating impact in each one of our institutions? Is it only about the outcomes of impact we're going to assess, or are we really valuing also the process of generating impact? And how does the impact assessment need to look like to do that? How we go reflecting and promoting learning approaches to generate transformation instead of what I call here maybe a bit dramatic perverse systems. But I mean, there is some risks that we need to consider about collaboration or competition. Some before it was mentioned about how we reward collective efforts and not individual efforts, for example. How we structure the metrics. Could we agree on some basics, for example? How we diversify the evaluation elements. So impact narratives are wonderful. Are they enough to really show the changes the institutions need to make to promote impact and the cultural change? I don't think so. So maybe we need to think of other elements to assess and incorporate in our assessment. And I'll leave it to here. So 0, the community of practice is really wonderful. We need to go for that and we need to share. Achievements, but also failures. I think that's very important too. And I'll leave it on to Rosina.
Great, thank you, Rosine. Thank you so much. And Rosina, just before you start, you said a really important thing. Look at the processes as well as the outcome. One thing we did in Canada where we don't have impact assessment, but we nonetheless have adapted the REF case study, we've added a section there, which is what was your process? What did you do in order to support the impact? So something to think about as you're thinking in Catalonia. I think it's really important to add those processes as well. Rosina, please.
Thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me to share here the work we have been doing for the last 15 years. We sort of started in this field when we gained an application for a European grant on RRI, which was called RRI Tools. It was a project with 26 partners in Europe, and we started that and we applied to that, but we didn't actually understand what RRI was. So we had to do a toolkit, and we did, and now it has some traffic. The website is almost dying now because it's been a while since then, but it still has a lot of traffic, so that's the reason why it's still online. And since then, we have been learning and experimenting, and as it has been said, there is not one size fits all, and there is a lot to learn from each other, and this community of practice and this effort from CERCA is very welcome for people like us who have been a bit alone this year, struggling and being an activist somehow for this approach. To the list of A's that you gave us, David, I was worried because the last one was adaptation, and for me that was very important, but then I saw some flags there, which made me feel that I'm not alone there, and I fully believe that there is a big need for adaptation, for change in the scientific community, to make sure that we are better considering these barriers for impact that, as has been said, sometimes are outside academia, but sometimes they are inside academia. And that is what we have been learning from theoretical frameworks like systems innovation and system thinking. And you can see these drawings here on the left, where we can see that with the analytical framework, sometimes we are a bit fragmented, but we need to better take into consideration the whole and get out of this room sometimes and understand this non-linear process. But the question is, how often, with who, and how are we going to go out of this room? Of course, we are already doing that, but can we improve on that in order to have more likelihood to have impact in the projects we are running in our institutions? And that's the question we are trying to address. And at the moment, we are working in different challenges that you can see on the left of the slide, like long COVID, immunotherapies, and also health promotion challenges. And what we do is we create these impact networks where we help different stakeholders that are already there trying to solve a problem that is persistent, meaning that impact is not easy. and we help them, we give them support through the process in order to find possibilities to accelerate this impact or this collective impact. And the processes that we design with them and that we implement with them are based, as I said, on system thinking and system innovation methodologies. They are always multi-stakeholder. The diversity of stakeholders depends on where the complexity is. If it's inside the academia, the diversity of stakeholders are inside academia. If it's a socio-scientific issue, then of course we involve, for example, patients and other stakeholders. The knowledge we create new knowledge on understanding this whole, this complexity that is around the projects we are trying to address. So system knowledge from the present, but we also develop future knowledge, target knowledge, in order to create this creative tension between the present and the future. And then with this creative tension, we draw impact strategies to go from present to future. And this is, talking to Paula, preparing this session, she would call it iterative prospective impact assessment. There are different communities here coming from different fields, and it's very interesting with this interdisciplinarity that we are creating in this really starting community of practice to learn from each other. I've learned a lot from transition innovation movements, for example, in the field of food systems, where there is great investment from the European Commission on this sort of needed multi-stakeholder transformations for systems like the food system, which are very complex and which have very varied challenges that are interconnected among them. And of course, the outputs that we get from these processes are strategies for impact, but also new organizational models with our researchers, but also within existing networks or with the creation of new ones if they don't exist, new synergies, transdisciplinary knowledge, and sometimes implementation science when we see that it's needed to move towards impact. This is just a list of some of the networks that we have either created or we have supported with these approaches. For example, in long COVID, in the hospital where we work, they already had a network of different specialties together with primary care in our health region, and we are supporting them to accelerate impact, hopefully. Also, for all the clinical trials, for example, we created a network of NGOs working on HIV, with whom we work especially on HIV clinical trials. And then by realizing when talking to patients that their needs are not only on biomedical sciences, but when we talk to patients, and this is already published in many scientific articles, there are needs that are outside the biomedical fields, which are the ones that mainly focus most of our health centers. So we realized that we also had to focus on health promotion, and we are working on that with different networks as well, like the Sentinel School networks, created by Generalitat de Catalonia, a network we have created which is called Allison Network, or the SEER network, which was an existing one, again with NGOs and entities from the City Council of Barcelona, working with HIV and other STDs. Then we also work with internal stakeholders. For example, now we have started a community of practice on immunotherapies, and we are working internally on that. And then in the future, we will also work with external stakeholders in this community of practice. We also do training. We have trained more than 6,000 researchers since we started this project on RRI in the past. And we do, of course, dissemination and scientific publications on the methodologies that we are developing. And just to finish, our impact that we see is that we diversify the sorts of innovation that our institution is creating, not only product innovation, but also healthcare services innovation, community services, social innovation, and also the governance of the research in our center. And we also address capacity change, so we develop new knowledge and new competencies and new relationships to be able to address this change with as collective processes, and of course we create changes, right? So transforming networks, transforming practices, structures, the way we work, and transforming cultures. And just to finish now, basically we need to move towards this new model where we need more transdisciplinarity. As I said, sometimes within the scientific community, sometimes also with external stakeholders.
The diversity varies depending on the nature of the challenge. We need more reflexive and anticipative processes. We need also our agendas to be more responsive to the needs of the stakeholders. In our case, we are working on health, so patients are key, and we have this evidence on their needs that are not being fulfilled by most of the publication. And then we also need to work at different scales, sometimes at project level, so sometimes with our institution, and sometimes with different CERCA institutes, as we are doing in some of our networks already. And for all that, as has been said before, we will need resources, we will need training, and it's very good what has been started now with this community of practice, and we need time as well to learn from each other and to be able to put all this into practice with evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosina. Xavier, thank you. Just Xavier is getting up. Transdisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity. In some assessment systems that are divided into disciplinary units of assessment can work against interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinary. So if you need a chemist working with a political scientist who's going to work with an artist, if you separate those into different units of assessment, you lose that. So just as we're thinking for Catalonia, what can we do so that we don't get in the way of transdisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity? Xavier.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for having me here and to propose the initiative of my university as a representative case for this conference. I'm a little bit afraid because I'm not very in the impact assessment, and I focusing my speech in a very practical way, because as Rosina said, I have been working in this topic for the last 10 or 15 years around RRI, around how to increase the permeability of the university to the society, how to increase the connection of the actors of the system with the actors of the university, how to increase this dialogue science-society. We have been trying last years to articulate a sort of knowledge ecosystem around the university, an ecosystem in which the actors are sharing knowledge, and on all the directions of sharing this knowledge. For this reason, I like this idea of sharing and not transfer, because if we talk about transfer, it looks like we are talking about one direction, and I like to talk about sharing knowledge in all the directions and in between all the actors of the system, because this systemic approach, it's another way to see how we can innovate. We can promote innovation in the society. That it's not to replace the traditional linear way to do innovation. I think that it's something that we can add to this traditional way, and we can find some synergies and complementarities among them. And this is the conceptual framework for this idea of that we are carrying out at university. But for a very practical way, this is a representation of our ecosystem. Some years ago, in the 2018, we launched the Hub B30, because our ecosystem is known as B30. B30 is the name of the former road that was crossing our territory. It's composed by 23 municipalities, around 1 million people. And we are trying to promote the collaboration among the actors of this ecosystem. For this reason, we launched Hub B30 as a collaborative platform in order to promote the collaboration, the radical collaboration of the actors of the quadruple helix in the B30. And this radical collaboration produced shared agenda. Shared agenda, that means that we have all the actors working in the same direction, with a common vision of the territory, what we want of this territory in the future. That's creating this common vision And the shared agenda is the way to produce this directionality towards this vision. We have to identify the obstacles, we have to identify what's the problems that are preventing to move towards this common vision. For this reason, we are working with all the municipalities of the ecosystem, and also we have created a network of labs, and labs in the sense of places where the stakeholders, where the actors of the ecosystem can meet and can discuss and can co-create together about the obstacles, about the challenges that have the territory, that have the ecosystem, in order to move towards this common vision. So we have the Happy 30 that is promoting this collaboration. We have the territory with the labs that are identifying all the challenges of the territory, and then the challenges are moved to the university or to the actors who are generating this knowledge. This challenge can then be refined and be defined again until they are able to, so they are split out in small pieces until they are able to be tackled by students, research groups, etc., in order to create possible solutions. That is applying the challenge-based methodologies that we are currently implementing in the university, and thanks to that, we can use the challenge-based methodology to provide answers from students, from research groups, students in the degrees, in the master thesis, in doctoral thesis, etc., and also through the work of the research groups, in order to give these possible solutions to the actors of the territory. In this way, the solutions that we are providing are, as they have been worked during all the process with all the actors, are easily integrated in the system and in a shorter time. So the impact to the system is higher and shorter in the time that they need to be integrated. This is the main idea of this process, that the Happy 30 is inspiring. It's the B30, the ecosystem, is identifying all together, all the actors of the territory are together identifying challenges. Then the university is providing ideas to solve these challenges, and then this produces the impact in the territory. So this is the main idea of the shared agenda that we are creating with the actors of the territory. In our case, the pilot agenda is related with zero waste, with circular economy, and we are working together with the territory to provide solutions to the challenges identified as real challenges for zero waste. This is the agenda created with external stakeholders, but to do that, we need also to transform ourselves as a university, because we are not provided with the required rules, with the required structures to work with the challenges of the territory. For this reason, we need an internal shared agenda with the internal stakeholders. And this has been also another process that we have been carried out with the internal stakeholders of the university in order to change our way of working, to work with the challenge-based methodology, changing our academic structures and academic rules and this type of things, administrative procedures, etc., in order to be more able to work with this new challenge-based methodology. And in this travel, in this movement towards this new methodology, we have been supported by the Generalitat de Catalonia and Ingenio. Now we are piloting piloting the two faculties with this new methodology, the humanities faculty and bioscience faculty, and the results will be extended to other faculties in the next year. So with this approach, we are working with external stakeholders with the shared agenda and the territory, and with internal stakeholders in the internal shared agenda of the university.
Thank you. And as Jordi gets up to the podium, just the challenge-driven, right? It's a switch. I read a paper recently. As researchers, we are led to think of ourselves as independent. And we observe when we start to do challenge-driven work, we become interdependent and we start working with others. We also want to maintain that observation, but it's not just about me, right? And I have to say it's time we stopped looking in the mirror and we started looking out the window. And so with that, Jordi, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. When about some days ago, the rector of the UPC, Daniel Crespo, called me in order to come and to try to give a different approach a little bit about impact. First of all, I was a little bit surprised because I'm not an expert in research, and I'm not an expert in I would say in the classical way that impact is being treated during this seminar. But he told me, and also my current boss, which is the director of the University of Barcelona, where I'm working now, also agreed with that maybe it would be a good idea in this roundtable to give an approach, a more local approach to the term impact, related with the impact that when a university structure, when a university campus is placed in the territory, how this affects, how this benefits the local environment in terms of economic and social growth. In fact, in terms of economic and social engine, how university structures, so campuses, universities, also research centers, when are placed in a territory, they act as this engine for the territory. So what we did as a CUP at that time, well, some days ago, in fact, a week ago maybe, Jose Maria, is that we asked all the public universities here in Catalonia to send us the projects they thought they had this local impact from this point of view. And this is what we did. The first list we got is the list you can see here placed in the slide. To tell you the truth, the vice rector of the WOC, of the research vice rector of the WOC, just wrote me this morning and told me that please, she would like, I don't know if there's some people from the WOC here, but that it would be interesting for her that I also explained that Can Jaume Andreu, placed in Sant Martí, in the 22 district in Barcelona, was also a project that had this impact. So I also tell all of you about this project. In fact, of course, I don't know very well all the projects here listed, but I think we have a nice list here. Probably lately there's been a lot of talk about the project of the Mercat del Peix, a new research health project with 3 buildings. I see one of the responsibles here, Francesco Virada. And also I will give you a little I would say explanation about the campus clinic. Just one moment, a project in which I am responsible a little bit now in the University of Barcelona, because I'm working only 5 months ago in University of Barcelona, but I was working during the last 10 years as a director of the foundation of the Campus de Besòs UPC project that I understand that the minister and the rector visited maybe only 1 month ago. So, but I don't know if the rest of the audience knows about. This is the newest campus built and placed in Catalonia. I will be referring to that during the last part of my speech. Now only 1 minute about the campus clinic of the University of Barcelona. Only to explain you that probably this will be during the next, I would say, probably 10, 14 years. One of the biggest projects in health research, in teaching in health. The faculty of the University of Barcelona will also be placed there. And also, of course, of assistency, because the hospital clinic, which is probably for sure, I would say, largest and best known research hospital in the city of Barcelona and in Catalonia, will be placed there. Only 1 month ago, the institutions that are the Diputació de Barcelona, the government of Catalonia, the municipality of Barcelona and the University of Barcelona, of course, agreed that the best place to move research, teaching, and assistancy of this hospital would be in the south of the city, in the border between Barcelona and Hospitalet municipality, and this will create, for sure, a huge impact in this part of the city. It will link it also a little bit to the other important hub, which is the biocluster of Bellvitge, placed in Hospitalet, also with Sant Joan de Déu, placed Hospital Sant Joan de Déu, Kids Hospital, placed also in this area, and with the Parc Científic de Barcelona, which is a very important research and company's reality. This will probably place in that area, I would say, between 10, 12 years, one of the biggest hub research in health in the south of Europe, for sure. From now on, I will focus in this project. I was directing its foundation for 10 years, which is the Diagonal Besòs Campus Foundation, and I will, in this sense, explain you of the three questions that with Julie, before David took her place, that we agreed with Julie that she would ask all the members of the roundtable. The first question was about the external stakeholders. Well, the project of Diagonal Besòs Campus of the UPC, of course, from the beginning, worked with several stakeholders, and this work was very important. It was very important in the first case because we needed from the campus that each of the stakeholders had what wanted from the campus in terms of research, in terms, of course, of taking one of the more complicated areas in the city, in the metropolitan area of Barcelona, that is the Besòs area, put it in the map. And what happened, what we did is the owners of the land were the ones you see in the left, Municipality of Barcelona, Municipality of Sant Adrià, Consorci de Besòs, and Àrea Metropolitana de Barcelona. And these owners of the land linked with the main responsible of the public policies of course, of the government of Catalonia, of the government, which is excuse me, I only have 2 minutes, so I will try to go fast with that. UPC and government of Catalonia and all the stakeholders got together to put together this project, which ended up in 8 years ended up constructing a campus that costed 102 million euros of public resources. This campus is placed between the municipalities of Barcelona and Sant Adrià de Besòs, which, by the way, Sant Adrià de Besòs is the second poorest municipality of Catalonia. It has one very known neighborhood, which you can see here, just by the campus. This is the campus of Besòs. This is called La Mina neighborhood. Everybody in Barcelona and in Catalonia knows this neighborhood because it's very well known, because it has a big economic, social, and problems. This is Barcelona, this is Sant Adrià, we can see here the Besòs River, and all this whole area is the area that has had less investment during the last, I would say, 50, 60 years in Catalonia. So there was the need to place a campus right here, and when we did that, during 10 years we were working, first planning the campus, then with the first working. Now already 4 buildings are developed, 38,500 square meters are already built, 4 buildings are built, and 3,500 people are studying and working in the campus already now. When we finish to build the 13 buildings, we will have 15,000 users, people working, studying, living in this campus. This means we will have the same amount of people that living in the neighborhood of La Mina, 15,000. So, as you see, the relation between the campus and what the campus means for the neighborhood and the people living in La Mina is a relationship quite interesting, I would say. We were acting in the industrial and economic plan, so
Jordi,
working with companies. Yeah, I will working with companies to place themselves in the campus, also with social educational actions, and we're working also with the public. And what changed? I think many things changed. The last question Julie asked us to answer. Many issues changed, I think, in this engineering school placed now in the campus, about the director assistant of the campus that didn't exist, about all kind of programs that we implemented with associations and with the neighborhood. Here we have an example of different works we were doing with all the associations in the campus. Of course, I think this is interesting. And to finish, I would say that we also developed a tool called Impact Metrics, which measures from now on is all these public resources that were implemented in this campus after 5, after 10, after 15 years were worth to being implemented in this campus. So you have here the website, you can check it out if you want to. What we did is in demographic, in social action, in employment, in economic promotion, education and culture, innovation, we set all these standards
Jordi, I have to call it
see if this, well, the time was
we need to save some time.
Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. We've got about 10 minutes left for some questions to the panel. So thank you very much to the panel and to the panelists for your presentations. Questions from the audience or questions online, if people who are monitoring the chat could also read some out. And while you're all eagerly thinking about your questions, yes, Luis.
Okay, in each of the different examples that you've been explaining us, I would like to know what's the reaction of the researchers. I mean, how they really are engaged with each of the initiatives that you have been explaining us. Because one of our main concerns is how we can explain to researchers they should be very much involved in impact dynamics. Right?
Let's go one at a time, Annabelle.
Thank you for the question, really important one. I would say it depends on the researchers. So we found like different responses to all these movements we're doing. In general, I have not found a lot of direct, negative rejection, let's say, but of course, it depends on how they understand the research they do. So I have also got very positive reactions. Now I'm showing them, so I'm starting to have something to show them. So these impact models I was talking to you about, we've done this like a shape, a picture, an infographics of what research impact looks like at CREAF, and this is getting a nice feedback from them. Some of them are really happy because they were not among the 100 top researchers in the world, but now their research is being valued too. So we're having very different of course it's difficult, it's a long process as we were saying before, and yes, we have to really understand also what I was talking in the presentation, what are their preconception, their fears, and their hopes about impact, and work on that.
Thank you, Rosina.
Yeah, we have different sorts of networks that we are working with. In the network, which is internal at the moment still, which is the one on immunotherapies, we have 4 research groups who were, let's say, good friends, and they had eventual collaborations, but suddenly realizing that there is a possibility to have these deeper reflections together and learning from each other and helping each other is being very well recognized, and they are really eager to keep on with this impact strategy that we are building as a homework of the course that we are running here with CERCA. So in this case, the reaction is really good, and what we are finding is that this is creating a reaction in the center, and when some other researchers need to present an application, they come to us and say, could we do something similar to what you are doing with those? So slowly, it reminds me when in the education system, the paradigm changed towards this sort of teaching in the classroom where the student is at the center of the education process. And I remember that in some schools there were one teacher perhaps doing that and the other ones were reluctant to change. Then that teacher became popular. And then the other one said, oh, maybe I should go towards that, right? So I think it's a similar process. When a change is happening, there are some that are not reluctant to change. So it's important to start with these ones. And then the process will call the other ones slowly.
Thank you. Xavier.
Yeah, as you can imagine, at the university we have a lot of different researchers and teachers and professors, and we have started with the more activist and enthusiastics to work with the challenges of the territory, with the social challenges, and even that, at the end, they are always asking for some type of incentives. So I think that one of the things that we have to reflect is about how can we measure when they are working in impact with society, and how can we incentivize this type of work. For the reaction is very good. So we hope that this small group of activists will act in the future, spreading the word in the university. But I think that the issue of incentives for this type of work is really key.
Thank you. And I just underscore that incentives and rewards for people who are doing this work is very important. And Jordi, how are your researchers?
To tell you the truth, in UBC and the project I was explaining about, the researchers were completely dedicated to the project. I mean, researchers are people, they are mainly also teachers, professors, and the experience was positive with the involvement, with the local change that we were producing in that environment in San Adrià and Barcelona.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question. Anyone else with a question for the panel? Is it back there?
Okay, thank you. So there was an idea I got from two presentations before, which was that sometimes not all the research projects have an impact, and it can happen that you have this maybe big or not so big project, which is the one that delivers the most of the impact. So my question is, like, in terms of working with impact in a research center, is it worth working on a common strategy for the center and then maybe focusing on some of the research projects, or is it recommended to work on each individual research project, like in terms of the impact? Like, what are your views on that?
So maybe I'll invite Annabelle to speak to that, because you said first you developed an impact strategy for your center and then worked on the project. So what's the advantage? Thank you for that question. What's the advantage, starting at the institute or starting with the projects?
Well, I think if we do want to, the title of this session today is Culture of Impact. So if we want to promote this culture of impact in the institution, we do have to start with an impact strategy for the institution. Of course, this permeates to very many different layers of the institution, and it goes to the projects, as it goes, as I was saying before, to how we incorporate this concept of impact in how we evaluate, promote our researchers, for example, and very many other things. So my vision, at least, or my opinion, is that you start with a strategy. You really try to define what is the center's vision and mission about impact, and how and where you want to start. And then you go from that. Of course, you have the projects, because this is what it feeds us, let's say. So it's something that we really have to also focus in. But it's one of the things.
Great, and it just, we've only got a couple minutes left for closing remarks. I would just say also, it's not either or for institutional strategy or the projects. I think the institutional strategy is going to take a while, but have your eyes open for opportunities in projects while the institutional strategy is being developed. Don't ignore an opportunity to support a project that is ready for impact. It might be needing support for a grant application today. So I wouldn't wait for your service delivery for your individual researchers until you've got an impact institutional strategy. Have them both going at the same time.
Yeah, just to add on that, I mean, when I started out, was appointed to develop the strategy, but at the same time I was reviewing the proposals. So I did both things.
Yeah.
If I can add.
Very quickly, because we do need a closing.
I would add at the level of the challenge as well. Projects are very important, but projects at the end are fragmented within the challenge. So working at challenge level is very interesting. And then when the project opportunity comes and there is a call, you are already prepared to have the impact strategy ready. So I think working at challenge level is very important, and here there is an opportunity for collaboration among different research centers at local level, but also at international level.
Thank you. Join me in welcoming the panel, and Luis, I welcome you up for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are following the schedule of the event in a very precise way. So that's really an output. Maybe we'll have an impact. So that's something. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce the two people who are going to make the final remarks. One of them is the Minister of Research and University of the Catalan government, Joaquim Nadal. So it's a pleasure for me to invite him to go to the table. And at the same time, we also have the representative of the Department of the Ministry of Health of Catalonia, Montserrat Llavallol, who will address us a few words initially. So please, Montserrat, you first. And
Conseller Nadal, rector, directors, Lluís, Paula, good evening, everyone. I apologize for the assistance of the Minister of Health, who has delegated the closing to me together with Conseller Nadal. I thank all the speakers. They are very interesting and all the things they tell us. And also for highlighting the relevance of the research impact, and to the organizers for the coordination of the session. Thank you at all. Let me talk about ourselves, Minister of Health. The Catalan Minister of Health has a planning instrument, the Strategic Plan for Health and Research Innovation. It's called PERIS, which is based on the vision that research is a fundamental and essential element to achieve more and better health. This is why the Ministry of Health supports a research policy aimed at impacting clinical, epidemiological, and public health decisions. In short, an impact on more and better health. From the Ministry of Health, research is a tool for change, improvement, and transformation. We are also aware that promoting research with impact and the evaluation of this impact is a great methodological change. It's not easy, we know, and there is no word writing on how to do it, but it is a necessary challenge that needs to be taken together with centers, universities, scientific policy managers. Through the Agency of Health Quality and Assessment, AQUAS, thank you, Paula, the Ministry of Health is promoting analysis of the impact of research grants awarded through PERIS program, especially those of impact in primary care and research carried about nursing professionals. All funded projects have generated knowledge, several doctor theses have been supervised, collaborations have been created, and the results have been applied in new clinical guidelines, revision of protocols. In short, impact has been guaranteed. This is an example. And we want to keep moving forward with evaluation that will help us in the design of our policies and with more actions that help researchers, centers, and universities to be transformative. But we don't want to do it alone. We want to work together with the Ministry of Research and universities and the rest of the actors. The international experiences we heard today have convinced us that it is important to incorporate impact into our research process, that it can be done, and that very encouraging results can be obtained. We have also learned that once it is started, there is no turning back. Canada, England, the European Commission, Norway, and Sweden have taught us that there are ways to go, all different, but all good because they are moving in the same direction. From the Ministry of Health, we celebrate CERCA's initiative to start assessment on research impact of the 14 CERCA centers, half of which, more or less, conduct research in health or biomedicine. We also celebrate that AQUAS is part of CERCA's Impact Advocacy Board, and we have the firm conviction that this evaluation will help us to move towards our goal of conducting research that, in addition to being excellent, is transformative. Finally, we celebrate the approval of the new Science Act 922 and the opportunity that gives to advance in a coordinated, collaborative, and responsible way toward research with more and better impact. In particular, I would like to highlight the following quotes from the law. Les polítiques públiques de la Generalitat han d'afavorir que els avenços del coneixement surtin dels problemes que planteja la societat contemporània i han de facilitar que tornin a potenciar-ne la millora. Per la seva voluntat d'ajudar a la generació de coneixement propi, aplicant la resolució de problemes socials i ambientals actuals, aquesta llei també pretén assolir els objectius de desenvolupament sostenible de l'Organització de les Nacions Unides. I would therefore like to finish my closing words on behalf of the Ministry of Health by reaching out of the entire knowledge ecosystem to continue learning, sharing, advancing, and collaborating to deploy this very important aspect of the Science Act. Thank you very much.
Good evening and thank you, Montserrat, Rector of the Polytechnic University in Barcelona. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me just a few words for closing this seminar on research impact, saying that unfortunately I have not been able to participate directly in the whole session, so I have only assisted at the last moments of the roundtable, and I would like to express some opinion about what I've heard at the roundtable. But before, I would like to say something. First of all, on behalf of Catalan government and on behalf of Health Department and the Research and Universities Department, I would like to thank you to all the organizers, CERCA, AQUAS, ACUP, and very specifically the Institut d'Estudis Catalans, the Catalan Academy, who host us in this building. It was just 100 years ago, 1 week more or less, visited the Institut d'Estudis Catalans Albert Einstein. At that time, the Institut d'Estudis Catalans, seated at the building of the St. James Square, where now sits the Catalan government. And with the Institut d'Estudis Catalans and two specialists in science, research, etc., Einstein tried to visit some parts of Catalonia and also to interest specifically for science and for the developing of science in the context of the Catalan government of the Mancomunitat, which was to put together all the provincial governments of the whole Catalonia. This visit was very profitable, and now we have celebrated this 100th anniversary, and all the media in Catalonia, and specifically in Barcelona, have expressed the importance and the result of this visit. But what I would like to say is that if we talk about the research impact, what are we talking about? If I give my own opinion as a researcher of humanities and social sciences, I am sure, I don't know if you have talked about that, but I am absolutely sure that this is a controversial issue. Why? Because the way of measurement of this impact is not especially favorable to humanities. So in the whole world, research is focused specifically on science, on biomedicine, on health. But if we talk of the whole research, economics, etc., we have certain controversial points of view about the way of measure this impact. If we are talking about academic impact, what I've heard now with the round table, you are talking of another kind of impact, which is social and economic and also political. But the question of Luis Rovira was, what was the reaction of the researchers about this project of impact social? And the researchers would say, my concern is my own research. I work for my project, and I am sure that my project has certain results for the society. But direct research has not necessarily social impact directly. It is only an indirect result as a consequence of the different explorations of the results of this research, if we have the capacity to innovate with them and to transfer them to the society. That is one of the problems of our research system in Catalonia. We are good or very good in basic research, and we are not so good in applied research. But of course, there's no polemic. There's nothing to apply if there is not basic research. So we need basic research to then try to apply it to the society. What I have seen in the panel today was another completely different thing, which is, what is the urban impact of one architectonic physical project of a scientific research center in a specific urban context. But this is a complete different thing. I mean, research is one thing, the real impact in, let's say, Lamina, for contact between one scientific center and or one campus of the university and the society, which is just together, it is only a consequence of the investment and the interrelation that can be established between the university, the students, the professors, and the neighborhood and the whole problems of its neighborhood. We are not even sure that the university campus interacts really with this specific, very problematic neighborhood, except that in my last visit, I could really view that there were people of the same neighborhood taking profit of the existence of this campus. So we are measuring other different things than the academic research. I insist, I don't know what have you been talking about. But one thing is the bibliometrics impact of basic research, and the other thing is what I have seen in the round table. Both are very important, but can be acting separately without any interrelation. Anyway, let's go to the final closing and express three ideas. The Catalan government is deeply involved in research and university. Our research network through Cerca centers and our research and teaching network through universities and research institutes in the departments of the universities is the basis of a very competitive system of research and teaching at the universities in Catalonia. The results are very positive and we are proud of them. To improve those results, we have three different tools. The first one was an agreement of 3 or 4 years ago, which was called the Agreement for the Society of Knowledge. The second tool is the Law of Science of Catalonia, which was passed by Parliament last December. And the third will be Friday this week, the new budget that will be passed by Parliament, with the ideas of the law of science, which includes the aspects of the agreement for the Society of Knowledge, and with a budget that for the first time after 10 years of crisis in investment for research and universities, we think that we are beginning and just beginning, and very insufficiently, the recovery of the capacities of our university and research centers to be more and more competitive in Europe. We have a great capacity to attract competitive projects. We have a percentage of ERC grants very representative in Catalonia, but we need more. You need more, Catalan universities need more, Catalan research centers need much more. We will try to do it, first of all, with the law, secondly, with the budget, and for the budget to come next year. So I'm very happy to close this seminar, and I expect not to have been too controversial about the subject that I have not heard in all the proceedings of the beginning of the seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.